Well, all of the action today happening behind that brand new RI 230. One of the flagship boats in the Centurion lineup. And you know when it's in that RI series, man, it is going to be a top performer no matter what level you're out there surfing behind. With over 5,400 pounds of ballast, the RI 230 having that big boat feel and a smaller boat package. Centurion, the leader in creating the best wakes and waves in the industry. And like I said, we are super excited to be here doing the event behind the Centurion Boats. And you know our athletes are excited as well. Oh man, just going down. Getting tripped up over the wave, not able to hang on. Looks like that might do it for Amy Glapinski. We're going to keep things going, keep things flowing. Moving right along down through the order. We are going to ask all of our athletes to make sure that they show up ready to ride 1 hour before their posted heat. That way we can keep things moving in the right direction without any delays. All right, well, our next rider on the water going to be Marishelle de Trimp. We're going to get her pulled into the course. The throttles go down and Marishelle gets up. Waiting for that wave to form. And here we go with the touch of a button. The Centurion wave shapes up and Marishelle up and at him. Surfing front side, meaning the front of her body is facing that wave. And you can see her putting in some carves, putting in some slashes, blowing out the tail on that front side lip slide. Marishelle making it look easy. Big bottom turn right into that front side slash. So far, so good. Setting up way back on the wave, and there's a frontside air, launching the board off the wave, snapping it off the lip, and releasing for that 360. Oh no, she had it all dialed in. Unfortunately, just losing the push, not able to stay with it, but a great job. So far, so good for Marishelle de Trimp. All right, well, we're getting Marishelle reconnected to finish off this contest pass. Now, all of our judges are in the boat. They've got the best seat in the house. They're taking notes on every single trick that goes down, and they're using the drive system to give the athletes the fairest shakedown during their run. Drive is an acronym that creates 5 categories that the judges are looking for. The D stands for difficulty. What are the difficultness of those tricks that they're throwing? The R stands for the risk factor. Is the athlete playing it safe, or are they really risking it when they're going out trying some of their hardest tricks? The I is for intensity. How intense is the rider doing? Are they just having a laid back, easy going ride, or are they really going for the gusto? The V is for variety. We don't want to see the same tricks repeated over and over again. The judge is looking for variety of all the skills from the surfers. And then last, the E is the execution. How well did it all come together to form one fluid run? That's the drive system, and our judges using that to give a cumulative score to each of our riders out there. Right now we're getting Marishelle de Trimp back up on the water to finish off this pass. She wants to get that 360. We're going to see if she can make it happen when it matters most. That rope pulls tight, the throttles go down, and Marishelle gets up. It looks like she's going to the other side of the wave. That's definitely going to up the points in her variety factor. Going from one side to the other, showing the judges she can surf on either side of the wave. Now surfing backside, meaning the back of her body is facing the wave. Definitely a less natural way to surf. Many athletes have trouble in that backside stance, but Marishelle looking so dialed in, getting some backside airs, and then just getting to the end of the course, dropping off the wave. That's going to do it for her. Give it up, make some noise for Marishelle de Trimp. All right, your next rider on the water. Tossing in the rope, getting ready, getting set to go. I believe this is Julie Prochnow. That's still Marishelle? Oh, my fault. Marishelle still shredding. And you know what? She tripped me up because she was actually surfing switch frontside. She got up with her other foot forward right there. And I thought, man, that must be a new rider. Nope, same rider, just a new stance. Marishelle sealing the deal on pass number 2. Nicely done. And there's Julie Prochnow. She's on the back of that jet ski getting ready. It's a team effort out here announcing. You know, we all got to chip in when we know what's going on. All right, your next rider, your top qualifier in this Master Women's Division, coming out of Bothell, Washington, doing it out there on Lake Washington. We've got Julie Prochnow. Oh, man, starting off surfing backside, unfortunately dropping down. That's all right. You know, sometimes it's good to get that first fall out of the way early. The athletes can get wet and reset, clear their mind, and come back firing on all cylinders. We're going to let Julie reset and continue on with pass number 1. Julie Prochnow, no stranger to the World Series of Wake Surfing, doing it with Centurion Boats and the WWA. Always fun to see Julie out there shredding. And we're going to get reconnected with her. Give her a nice long shot at this first pass. You know, like I said, each of these athletes, their full run consists of 2 passes. 1 pass down and 1 pass back. During those 2 passes, they can do as many tricks as possible. There is no limit on the number of tricks they can do, but the judges always looking for quality over quantity. And Julie snapping that backside air, launching off the wave, making it look easy, breezy, and beautiful. There's the chop hop down in the flat water. Nice backside carves, another backside air, and then jumping off the top of the lip, down into the trough. Julie Prochnow looking good, as she should. Trying for that front side 360, unfortunately going down. But a great job. So far, so good from Julie Prochnow. Putting it together in pass number 1. Having a great recovery after the early fall, but we're going to keep her moving, keep her grooving. All right, Julie Prochnow back up, back at it. This time surfing frontside. Pumping from way back on the wave. Big alley-oop, backside 180, dropping back in. Oh no, but then just dropping off. Julie loves those snappy airs. Launching the board off the lip of the wave, sucking her knees up, releasing the fins, and getting some air under her board. All right, we got Julie back up. Oh, man. Feel like she is just in the announcer's curse right now. Every time we start getting into a flow, she's going down on another trick. That's all right. Julie doing a great job nevertheless. Hey, we want to give a big shout out to Gilliland Chevrolet and Cadillac. You know, with wake sports growing in popularity, it helps to have the right tools to get out on the water. And one of those tools is a good truck that can tow the boat wherever you need to go. So for all your auto needs, come check out this Chevy 3500 HD Z71 parked up here on the road. And that's going to conclude our Masters Women's Surf Division. Coming up next, we've got Masters Men. And at this time, we do need our amateur women. Amateur women, start making your way down to the dock. Get ready to rock, because you ladies are going to be on deck. That's Bella Meyer, Kendall Brabender, and Claire Herta. All right, looks like we are just about to kick off our Masters Men's Division. Get things going. Here for the Masters Men. And first off the dock, coming out of Spring City, Tennessee, riding out there on Watts Bar. This is going to be Drew Jalon. All right, here goes Drew. Drew Jalon getting comfortable out there, finding the pocket, tossing in the rope, and getting right to work. Surfing front side, putting in some nice carves to get things started, just feeling out that Centurion surf wave. Nice cruisy bottom turn right into the front side lip slide, slashing at the wave, and from way back, fighting his way back forward. Nicely done from Drew. Nice carve. Oh man, just losing his balance onto the heels. But hey, so far so good for Drew Jalon. We're getting Drew reconnected behind that RI 230. And just like that, he's back up, back at it. Trying to squeeze in a couple more tricks here in pass number one. Big carve. feeling it out. I'm a looking and I'm a liking. Drew Jalon going for that 360. Oh man, getting the rotation, but just not able to lock back in after the spin. That's all right. Drew Jalon putting in a solid first pass. We're going to turn him around, bring him back down for pass number 2. Drew is our first rider here in the Masters Men's Surf Division. After Masters Men's Surf, we've got amateur women, followed by amateur men. So amateur women, you ladies are on deck. And then amateur men, y'all are going to be coming up right after. So Bella Meyer, Kiki Brabender, and Claire Herta start making your way down to the dock. You ladies are coming up here in just a bit. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that as this is day 1 and there is plenty of action to get things going, we are doing day 2, you guessed it, tomorrow. And a great way to start off day number 2, our friends at Wakewell hosting Saturday morning scriptures. So come enjoy some free coffee, some free donuts, and a positive way to start your day with our friends at Wakewell tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. We got Drew Jalon back at it. He's tossing in the rope. He's got no rope, but he's got all the hope as he goes into pass number 2. All right, Drew doing a little ollie down there in the flat water. Blowing out that tail, trying to get a good solid lip slide. Unfortunately, just losing the push. And we're going to see what he's got left in the tank. All right, back up, back at it. Coming in for pass number 2. Oh, man, and just dismounting with the backflip. Drew Jalon. Jumping off his board, doing the backflip right there at the end of the pass. That's going to do it for him. We've got 3 more riders here in the Masters Men's Surf Division. And your next rider on the water, coming out of Dawsonville, Georgia, riding out there on Lake Lanier, we've got Shawn Harris getting ready to get shreddy out there behind that Centurion RI 230. The throttles go down and Shawn gets up. Our second rider here in the Masters Men's Surf Division. Shawn starting out surfing front side. Feeling out that wave. Big slash right there coming out of the pocket. And now from way back on the wave, nice pump right into that front side lip slide. And a front side air, trying to release those fins. Get some air under his board. There's that alley-oop 360. Oh, no. Trying to lace it up and lock it in, but just coming untied right there. That's all right. Only his first fall, so we're going to get Shawn Harris back up and back at it to finish off pass number 1. All right, back up, back at it, Shawn Harris. Once again, tossing in that rope. There's that 360. Oh, he's back on the wave, but just got caught up in the white water, throwing it a little too far back. That's a bummer. Landing the trick, but just couldn't quite stay in the push. Looks like the boat gonna motor down to the end of the pass. And we're gonna reset Shawn Harris to come back through for pass number 2. All right, Shawn Harris back up, back at it. This time surfing backside. Nice backside air to get things going in pass number 2. Going with that backside board slide up on top of the lip. And Shawn staying in that pocket, pumping hard, and then trying to stay connected. Unfortunately, just dropping off right there. A great job from Shawn. Showing the judges he can surf on either side of the wave. He's back up, back at it. Looking for a couple more carves. Oh, going for that 360. Oh, no. Just falling off. Looks like that's going to do it for him. A great job, nevertheless, from Georgia's own Shawn Harris. All right, next on the water, coming out of Lake Washington, and no stranger behind Centurion Boats, this is Trevor Miller. Trevor starting things off with that alley-oop backside 360. There's the front side 180 into that reverse, and then pulling it right back to his dominant stance. Big alley-oop 360. Oh, man, trying to spin out of it. And taking the dive off the board. That's all right. Only his first fall. Trevor Miller coming out, pulling out all the stops, not wasting any time getting into that flow. You love to see the athletes pull out all their tricks right from the get-go, and Trevor Miller, no exception to that. But you know what? When you're doing it all behind the best boats in the industry, who would expect anything less? Centurion Boats pulling the contest. We're doing it all behind that brand new RI 230. All of the RI series models are flagship designs. But let me tell you, that RI 230 hits the sweet spot for wake enthusiasts, whether it's professional level riders or beginners seeking luxury in that 23-foot size. Responsive handling, but also 5,400 pounds of ballast, serving up that massive surf wave. And Trevor Miller putting in a series of body varials and shove-its right there, connecting the tricks, making the magic happen down towards the end of pass number one. You love to see it, finding the rhythm down there at the end of the course. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back down this direction here for pass number two. Once again, at this time, we do need all of our amateur women down to the dock. Amateur women, Bella Meyer, Kiki Brabender, and Claire Herta down to the dock for check-in. Also, amateur men, start grabbing your things, getting ready, because you guys are on deck. That's going to be Noah Hudkins, Stephen Hess, Elijah Anderson, and Pacin Stimmel. Right now, Trevor Miller back in the action and a big frontside air, launching that board off of the lip and then doing that chop hop frontside 180 down into the trough, landing in reverse, but then reverting out of it, and then looks like trying for the big spin right there. Unfortunately, man, when you start throwing that big surf style board around, sometimes those fins gonna get caught up. You love to see the skim style tricks being done on the surf style boards. That's a high risk, high reward maneuver. Unfortunately, the risk taking a little bit more from Trevor Miller right there. We're going to get him back up and let him finish off this second pass. All right, Trevor Miller back up, back at it. Pumping hard, big frontside air, landing in that transition, and then once again getting right after it. There's that backside big spin, landing it clean and riding away smooth just in the nick of time. You love to see the athletes get the tricks they were going for. After it took him down, he got right back up and crushed that backside big spin. Well done from Trevor Miller. And just like that, we've got one last rider here in the Masters Men's Surf Division. Last off the dock, because he's the top qualifier coming into this first round of action. And he's top qualifier because we saw him just about a month ago down at the second stop of the World Series of Wake Surfing here in the U.S. down at the Come and Take It Conroe Classic. This guy pulled out all the stops and had a great run. You know, with this World Series of Wake Surfing, these athletes not only competing for wins in today's event, but they are also accumulating scores across the year. And each athlete, if they want to qualify for the World Championships, they have to compete at 3 of the World Series of Wake Surfing events. Well, Zack Salstrom on the water now. He's trying to get out there and ride enough. He's starting out surfing backside, doing that backside board slide up on the lip and then floating way up there before dropping right back down. Just couldn't quite stay on. Surfing backside definitely takes it out of you. But Zack gonna get reconnected here to finish off this first pass. Zack Salstrom doing it out of the great state of Texas. That's the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. All right, Zack Salstrom back up, back at it. This time surfing frontside. There's that alley-oop, backside 180. Oh, no. Just not able to stay in the push. That's all right. We're going to let Zack reset there at the end of the course. And we're going to turn him around and drop him back down for pass number 2. But like I was saying, this World Series of Wake Surfing, a series of events not only here in the U.S., but also several events overseas. And in order to qualify for the Wake Surfing World Championships, the athletes needing to ride in at least 3 of these World Series events. And that World Championships going to be taking place down in Winter Haven, Florida, the Sunshine State, later this fall, pulled by Centurion Boats. And it's going to be an absolutely epic time. Well, speaking of epic times, Zack Salstrom looking for some epic maneuvers as we're bringing him back in for pass number 2. Big frontside air to get things going, throwing on the brakes and chucking buckets at the judges, slashing around, feeling out that pocket. Zack Salstrom figuring it out. There's that alley-oop, backside 180. Oh, man, fighting for it, but unfortunately, again, just losing the push. We're out here at beautiful Lake Lehomdu up in Alexandria, Minnesota for the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Towed by Centurion Boats. And Zack Salstrom back up behind the Centurion boat. That RI 230 providing the goods all day long. Reaching down for that mute grab. Frontside air, reaching with his front hand, grabbing the toe side rail, and then once again trying for that alley-oop backside 180. Looks like that trick has got Zack's number today. Not able to ride away on it. That's all right. A great job nevertheless from Zack Salstrom, finishing us off in that Masters Men's Division. Coming up next, we've got our Amateur Women's Surf. Amateur women about to take to the water. That's going to be Claire Herta. And kicking us off is going to be Bella Meyer. At this time, we do need amateur men. Amateur men surf. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the water. You dudes are on deck. That's Noah Hudkins, Stephen Hess, Elijah Anderson, and Pacin Stimmel. All right. Well, your first female here in the Amateur Women's Surf Division, coming out of Payson, Arizona, riding out there on Roosevelt Lake. And this is her very first competition. You'll love to see it. Someone coming out here to the World Series of Wake Surfing. They've been practicing on their home lake for such a long time, and now taking the opportunity to enter her first contest. Absolutely love it. This is Bella Meyer kicking us off in Amateur Women's Surf. All right, the throttles go down. Bella gets up. Hopefully shaking off those first contest jitters. But Bella feeling out that wave, getting set in the pocket. Nicely done, putting in some slashes, just making sure that she's feeling comfortable where she's at. And those slashes getting bigger as her run progresses. Nice bottom turn right into that frontside slash. And now from way back on the wave, big frontside air. Bella, oh, trying to go floater up on top, then even a little frontside board slide on the lip, just slipping out. But so far, she's doing absolutely awesome in her very first contest ever. Young girl coming from the deserts of Arizona up here to the beautiful land of 1,000 lakes in Minnesota. And while you're up here in Minnesota, for all of your water sports needs, be sure to check out Faction Marine. The crew at Faction been doing it up here for many, many years. They are your local Centurion and Supreme Boats dealer, and they would love to help you have fun all summer long. Right now, having fun out there, we got Bella Meyer back up, back at it. Nice frontside air. Oh man, landing high on the wave and just not able to stay in the push. Looks like that's going to do it for her first pass, but she's still got one pass left to go. So we're going to get her all set up and ready to go for that pass number 2. Once again, at this time, we do need amateur men. Amateur men down at the dock. Noah, Steven, Elijah, and Pacin. Start making your way down to the dock. Thanks. Well, Bella Meyer going down again in that second pass. Putting in some good pumps, some good carves. But unfortunately taking another fall. All right, Bella. Her last shot to impress the judges happening right here, right now. Doing it in her very first contest. And man, we're all cheering for her. Getting set on that Centurion RI 230 wave. Feeling it out. And here we go. Nice frontside air. Pumping down that wave. Finding the pocket and then floating up above it. Bella putting it together, making it happen. Nice frontside air, bouncing around, having a good time. And there's the 360, trying to throw it at the very last second. Awesome job. Doing it in her very first contest. Let's get loud, get proud, make some noise for Bella Meyer. All right, well, up next, a young lady out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. We got Kiki Brabender on the water. Kendall, a.k.a. Kiki, getting right to work. Putting in that reverse. Nice big frontside airs. There's that backside 360. Absolutely locking in on the frontside lip slide. And that frontside board slide up on top of the wave. Floating up top and then chop hop off the lip. Kiki, big indie grab, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe edge of her board, and then trying for that alley-oop style backside 360. Unfortunately, just coming off the wave, but man, Kiki stacking in the tricks in her first pass. Kiki Brabender, your second rider here in the amateur women's surf. Coming up next, amateur men's surf. We do need all amateur men down to the dock. Noah Hudkins, Stephen Hess, Elijah Anderson, and Pacin Stimmel. If you're not at the dock, you're in the wrong spot, my friends. Well, Kiki back up, back at it. Oh, trying for that body varial. Unfortunately, just slipping a heel off the edge of the board. That's going to do it for pass number 1. We're going to let her reset and come back this direction for pass number 2. All right, the rope pulls tight. Kiki Brabender gets back up and heads over to the other side of the wave. You love to see it. An athlete showing the judges she can surf on either side. From front side to back side now. You can tell she's backside because the back of her body facing that wave and doing a huge bottom turn right into that backside slash. And Kiki Brabender putting in some nice ollies, getting way down low. Nicely done. And then going for that frontside 360, nicely executed. Absolute perfection there on that frontside 3. She's stoked. Oh, trying a body varial out of it into her switch frontside stance. Definitely a difficult maneuver. Kiki doing a great job. Showing the judges some versatility in her riding. And looks like we're going to get Kiki back up for one last chance at glory here at the end of pass number 2. And she's getting back into it. This time surfing, I believe, switch frontside. Going for that 360 one more time. That's going to do it there at the end of the course, but a great job from Kiki Brabender. Just like that, we've got one rider left. here in the amateur women's surf division. And our last rider about to take to the water, that's going to be Claire Herta. Well, Claire Herta coming out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state, the great state of Texas. Doing it down there in Bay City. And doing it for Pure Wake Surf. She says in her rider bio that she surfs with snakes and alligators. Hey, that's my kind of girl. Get out there, get wild down in the Lone Star State. Well, hopefully that gives her incentive not to fall down there in Texas. I don't think there's any gators up here in Minnesota, but we're going to hope that she has the same result of not falling. Big frontside air and then chop hop off the top. Poking that nose of the board up and over the wave, linking it right into that massive bottom turn and a frontside slash. Claire throwing down the goods. There's that frontside board slide right into the backside 360. So smooth, so clean from Claire so far. She's setting up way back on that wave. Big frontside 180 down on the flat water, landing it, reverting out of it, but then just dropping off the wave. Man, Claire Herta putting on the Herta for all those other competitors. You love to see it. Athletes get out there and throwing down here at day number 1 of the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes Surf Contest, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing and towed by Centurion Boats. If you're just now showing up and you're riding today, be sure to go on over to the check-in table, get checked in with the WWA, and then sit down, grab a seat, and check out the wake surfing action as Claire Herta continues on down. There's that frontside 180. Oh, nicely done. Going frontside 180 to front shove out of it. Landed on the board. I think she might have even surprised herself from landing that trick. Awesome job from Claire. Down there at the end of pass number 1. We're going to let her get reset for pass number 2 as she heads back this direction. All right, well, the throttles go down and Claire gets up. Back in tow behind that Centurion Boats RI 230. And now looks like she's starting off in that switch backside stance. Tossing in that rope. Getting set. And looks like she's got something planned for us right here. She's waiting for that perfect timing, trying to go for that switch body varial, making her body do the 180 while the board stays the same. Unfortunately, just not able to keep the landing gear down. That's all right. Only her first fall in pass number 2, so we're going to continue letting her eat up this real estate in the pass. as she heads back this direction towards the start dock. At this time, all amateur men's surf riders, Noah, Steven, Elijah, and Pacin, you dudes should be down at the dock. If you're not at the dock, you're in the wrong spot, my dudes. Because Claire Herta, our last rider here in the amateur women's surf, and she wants to put an exclamation point at the end of this run. Big ollie to get things going. Frontside air, launching off the lip right into that frontside slash. Big bottom turn, getting away from the face of the wave, and then carving it up like it's Thanksgiving here in June. Poking the nose of the board up and over, chop hop off the top. And looks like she's going, oh, she wanted to go for that frontside 180 to front shove out. I knew what she was thinking. Well, Claire Herta, an awesome job stacking in the tricks and having a good time while doing it. Great job from all of our amateur women's surf competitors. Bella Meyer, Kiki Brabender, and that young lady right there, Claire Herta. Way to go, girls. Coming up next.
Food for the soul.
Kicking us off here in the amateur men's surf division. Doing it out of Springfield, Missouri. Riding out there on the legendary Table Rock Lake. We got our first rider kicking us off here in amateur men's surf. This is going to be Noah Hudkins. All right, Noah up and at him. Doing it out of Table Rock Lake, and you can see some of that Joey Harris influence launching those big frontside airs. Big bottom turn right into that frontside slash, chucking buckets across the wave. Nicely done. Noah carving it up. Surfing front side and pumping from way back on the wave. Big frontside air into that alley-oop. Backside 180 just coming unglued, losing his balance. But looks like it happened right there at the end of pass number one, so that's all right. We're going to let him get wet and reset. Turn him around, bring him back down for pass number two. Kicking us off here in the amateur men's surf division. And we're having a blast getting things going out here at Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. After a little storm yesterday, man, we've got beautiful conditions out here today. Overcast skies, so it's not too hot. Nice cool breeze coming off that Minnesota water. And of course, we've got the best boats on the planet doing the towing. Everybody having a good time. And it's all part of the World Series of Wake Surfing. And Centurion Boats providing the goods. We got that RI 230 a flagship boat in a 23-foot package. And we got Noah back up behind it, heading back this direction, trying to make his way all the way back to the start dock, tossing in that rope. And here we go. Noah pumping from way back on the wave. Big frontside air to get things going for his second pass. And another time, this time reaching between his legs for that roast beef grab. Then going into the drop knee position, floating up on top of the wave. A big carve and setting up for something big. Another frontside air, pumping hard. And there's the indie grab, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe side rail. Nicely done. And another big indie grab. Noah going all the way through his legs right there, reaching for that roast beef grab. There's that alley-oop backside 180. Unfortunately, just landing a little too high, not able to stay in the push. But a great job nevertheless. Give it up, make some noise for our first rider in the amateur men's surf division, Noah Hudkins. That's one rider down, 3 riders left to go here in amateur men's surf. And next up on the water, we've got Stephen Hess. Getting ready to get shreddy. After our amateur men's surf, we are going to have Masters Women's Skim. So Masters Women's Skim, start grabbing your things, getting warmed up. You ladies about to get on the water. Right now, Stephen Hess, big bottom turn into that frontside slash, poking the nose up and over for that frontside board slide. And there's the frontside air, landing up high in that front lip position. There's that backside 360, lacing it up and locking it in. Nicely done from Stephen Hess. Putting in a couple more carves and then just falling off the end of the wave. Great job. So far, so good from Stephen. After the amateur men's surf division, we're going to do a quick crew change. Let our surf judges jump out while our skim judges jump in. And then we're going to get into our Masters Women's Skim. So at this time, we do need Tracy Cantrell, Nicole Hudson, and Linda Cooley. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the dock. Get ready to rock, because you ladies are on deck. Stephen Hess tossing in that rope. Coming back this direction for pass number 2 and starting it off strong with a big frontside air. Landing high on the wave and continuing on. Oh no, just getting caught in that whitewash. Not able to land the air, but hey, that's okay. Only his first fall in pass number 2. We're going to get reconnected with Steven to let him finish this second pass. Still got plenty of real estate left to play with as he heads back this direction. Hey, we do want to let everybody know that tomorrow morning, kicking us off for day number 2, our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Saturday morning scriptures. a positive way to start the day. There's going to be free coffee. There's going to be free donuts for everyone who comes. It'll be at 7:30 a.m. And our friends at Wakewell are going to share a positive message to start off Saturday morning. We would love for you to join. And if you do, we'll feed you. We got Stephen Hess back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. And here we go. Big frontside air. Poking the nose over in that frontside board slide. And pumping from way back on the wave. Nicely done. Continuing to air it out. Putting in the carve. Stephen Hess trying to put it all together. There's that 360 again. Oh no. Just digging the nose and going OTF out the front. Not able to stay on it. Looks like that might do it for him. But a great job from our second rider here in the Amateur Men's Surf Division, Stephen Hess. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long. Out here at day number 1 of the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Brought to you by Centurion Boats. And for all of your Centurion and Supreme boat needs up here in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes. Man, no matter which of those 1,000 lakes you are on, be sure to check out the crew at Faction Marine. Faction Marine been doing it for more than a minute. And they would love to make sure that your summer goes smooth out on the water. Well, next up on the water, we've got Elijah Anderson getting ready to strut his stuff in this Amateur Men's Surf Division. And Elijah getting towed into pass number 1, tossing in that rope. And getting right to work, putting in some big carves, feeling out that pocket, making sure everything is dialed in just like he wants. Elijah, nicely done, airing it out right there with the indie grab, reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe side rail, and then doing bottom turn, ollieing over the trough right there. There's the backside 360. Smooth as you like. Oh man, trying to go with that little ollie reverse. But then as he's coming out of it, just getting pushed off the wave. A great job so far. Elijah Anderson locked and loaded in pass number 1. Just a reminder that these athletes, as they pass that start of course buoy, they get to work and they can continue packing in the tricks all the way down to the end of the course. There is no limit on the number of tricks they can do, but the judges always looking for quality over quantity. And so far we've seen plenty of quality out from Elijah Anderson. Another big air right into that frontside slash. Wheeling the board there a little bit at the end of pass number 1. Looks like that's going to do it for his first pass. We're going to drop him down and turn him around. Let him come back through for pass number 2. All right, headed back this direction, trying to make it all the way back to the start dock. Elijah Anderson tossing in that rope. Big pump right into the double grab, reaching both hands, one on the front rail, one on the back rail. That's the rocket grab. And then again, big frontside air, launching the board off the lip. Backside 360, linking it together again, trying to get 2 rotations right there for that 720. Unfortunately, not able to stay connected after that second 360. But hey, that's okay. He's got one more pickup, and we're going to let him get back in the action as we reconnect with Elijah Anderson. Once again, at this time, we do need Masters Women's Skim. Masters Women, Tracy Cantrell, Nicole Hudson, and Linda Cooley. Head on down to the dock, get ready to rock, because you ladies are coming up next. All right, Elijah, back up, back at it. He wants to put an exclamation point here at the end of his run. Getting way back on that wave, picking up the speed. Oh, man, trying to go for that front side 180. Landed a little too high on the wave and just getting sucked over the back. That's going to do it for him, but a great job nevertheless from Elijah Anderson. Well, your last rider here in the amateur men's division, coming out of Wenatchee, Washington, we got Pacin Stimmel. He's locked and loaded, going into pass number 1, tossing in that rope, and he's got all the hope. Keeping his eyes on the prize as he's getting into it, feeling out that Centurion RI 230 wave. And a massive frontside snappy air to get things going, launching into the upper atmosphere on that one. There's that backside 360, silky smooth. And then big air on that indie grab, reaching down with the backhand, grabbing the toe side rail of his board. Oh, man. going to the moon on that alley-oop backside 360. Just landing a little tail heavy, slipping out, and not able to ride away. But hey, that's okay. Only his first fall. We're going to let him get back up and finish off pass number 2. Or excuse me, pass number 1. Pacin Stimmel showing that one of his favorite aspects of wake surfing definitely got to be the amplitude. This kid might as well get his pilot's license as much time as he's spinning in the air. Well, here we go. Back up, back at it. Another big frontside air from Pacin Stimmel. There's that alley-oop backside 3, locking it in. You love to see it. Landing the trick that took him down. Oh, man. And then feeling confident enough to throw that 3 shove. Getting on the board, but just slipping out. Not able to put that one down, but hey, you know what? I bet you'll probably see it again here in just a little bit as we bring him back through for his second pass. We're going to give him another shot at it. All right, Pacin Stimmel back up, back at it. This time surfing backside in that switch stance, meaning his opposite foot is forward. And there you see him going for that 180. Well, Pacin just going down. Looks like he's got one last chance to impress the judges before we get him back to the end of the course. His last chance right here, right now. All eyes on the water. Tossing in that rope, only a little bit of real estate left. He's going to set up way back on the wave. Big frontside air, feeling it out. You know, he'd love to get that 3 shove. Making sure he's got the snap. He's definitely got the pop. Big bottom turn, ollieing back onto the wave. Oh, there's the shove to Indy. Oh, man. Reverting out of it and just couldn't quite keep his edge out of the water. Looks like that's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our amateur men's surf division. Give it up. Make some noise for Noah Hudkins, Stephen Hess, Elijah Anderson, and that young man right there, Pacin Stimmel. Way to go. Well, we are going to take a quick break. Let our surf judges jump out. Let our skim judges jump in. And then we're going to be right back into the action. So grab some food, grab a drink, and then grab a seat. even though you're only going to need the edge of it. Here at the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, brought to you by Centurion Boats. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do. Food for the soul.
All right, your Masters Women's Skim on the water. And kicking us off, we got Tracy Cantrell starting front side. Here in the Skim division, same rules apply. We got one run with 2 passes. 1 pass down, 1 pass back. And these ladies going to pack in the tricks. Tracy, trying to stay connected. Unfortunately, just slipping out on the toes. Now, we just finished some of the surf style categories, and we're going to talk a little bit about the surf style versus the skim style. In the surf style, the boards traditionally are more one direction, so they have a defined nose and a defined tail. In the surf style boards, they also have big, snappy surf fins. That provides a lot of speed, a lot of snap for big carves and big airs, but it can be difficult to release those fins for some of the rotational maneuvers. Well, here in the skim style, these boards built a little bit different. Kind of a twin tip shape in most cases, where the nose and the tail very similarly shaped. These skim boards traditionally ridden with either very small fins or completely finless for the athletes to let loose and start spinning around. In the skim category, you are going to see a lot more skate-style tricks. So the shoves, the body varials, the big spins, all back into play because these athletes, they're going to make that board cut loose as they're skimming on top of the water. But no matter which board you're riding, whether it's surf style, skim style, foiling, or all of the above, you know that you are covered when you're doing it behind a Centurion boat. Centurion and Supreme carving out the best wakes and waves on the planet. And if you want to know more about the full lineup of Centurion Boats, be sure to check out our friends at Faction Marine up here in Alexandria, Minnesota. We're going to get reconnected with Tracy Cantrell and let her come back in for her second pass. At this time, we do need Masters Men's Skim. Start making your way down to the start dock. You guys are on deck. That's Shawn Harris, Drew Jalon, Cody Travis, and Chad Hudson. Start making your way down to the dock. You guys are going to be up here in just a bit. All right, now, Tracy Cantrell back up, back at it, heading back this direction. She's surfing switch backside, meaning the back of her body is facing that wave. Oh, no, just slipping out. Not able to stay on the wave, but hey, that's okay. I believe she's got one more pickup. She's still got plenty of real estate left in front of her. And we're going to see what she can make of it. The Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes event, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing. Athletes traveling all over the country and all over the world to participate in the World Series of Wake Surfing and getting qualified for the Wake Surf World Championships happening later this fall down in Winter Haven, Florida. Right now, Tracy Cantrell coming back up, pumping hard, linking that bottom turn right into the front side slash, and then just wheeling on the tail right there. Nicely done. Tracy carving it up. Nice slash at the wave. And she's getting close down to the end of the course. Oh, man. Trying to do that 180 down in the flat water. Unfortunately, just going down. I believe that's going to do it for her, but a great job kicking us off here in the Masters Women's Skim Division. Let's make some noise for Tracy Cantrell. All right, next up, coming out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. We got Nicole Hudson doing it for Centurion Boats. She's getting things going. There's that 180. Oh, man. Trying to stay connected. Unfortunately, going down. Now, just last month, we were down in Nicole's backyard on Lake Conroe, right outside of the Houston area in Texas. And now, Nicole traveling all the way up I-35, coming up here to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to compete in the third stop of the U.S. portion of the World Series of Wake Surfing. You know Nicole wants to qualify for World Championships. And we always love seeing her. We're getting reconnected with Nicole Hudson, and here she goes, setting in that pocket. That wave behind the RI-230, forming up so fast. And there's that 180 she was looking for. Now surfing switch backside. Right back into her dominant stance as she gets that 180 around, no problem at all. Nice, slow, rotisserie style 360. And then there's the shove, making the board do a 180 while her body stays the same. And the 3 shove to boot, up in the ante. Starting with the 180 shove, ending with the 3 shove. You love to see it. Nicole Hudson pulling out all the stops in pass number 1. We're going to see if she can have a repeat performance as we drop her down and turn her around for pass number 2. Once again, we do need all Masters men's skim. Start making your way down to the start dock. That's going to be Shawn Harris, Drew Jalon, Cody Travis, and Chad Hudson. Start making your way down to the start dock. Thanks. All right, well, the throttles go down in the RI-230, and Nicole Hudson gets up. And here we go, starting off with some big carves. And there's the shove, right in, shove out, little half and half, back shove to front shove action. Alley-oop backside 180, and then slowly completing that 3. Nicole doing the body varial down there in the flat water, making her body do the 180 while the board stays the same. There's the front side 360, lacing it up, locking it in. She's got her eyes on the prize, and there's the switch front big spin, unfortunately going down, but a great job nevertheless. Give it up, make some noise for Nicole Hudson. Looks like Nicole might have one last shot down here at the end of the course. Only a little bit of time to do it. Backside big spin, wheeling out of it. Nicely done. It looks like that is going to be it. Ending with an exclamation point. You'll love to see it. And Nicole Hudson making it happen there at the end of pass number 2. Great job from her. And just like that, we've got one rider left to go in the Masters Women's Skim Division here at day number 1 of the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Brought to you by Centurion Boats and sanctioned by the WWA. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long. We're about to get our final rider here in the Masters Women's Skim. That's going to be Linda Cooley. All right, and here she goes. Linda Cooley up and at 'em. Starting out surfing front side, meaning the front of her body is facing that wave. She's feeling out that pocket, making sure everything is dialed in. From that silent stinger plate to the surf tabs on the side, Centurion Boats able to get the wave dialed exactly like you like it. Linda Cooley just dropping off there about midway down in pass number 1. We're going to pick her back up and reconnect, let her finish off that first pass. Want to give a big shout out and thank you to our friends at Faction Marine, your local Centurion and Supreme boat dealer up here in Minnesota. Be sure to check out Faction Marine for all of your on-water needs. Linda Cooley back up, back at it, and looking to finish off this first pass. She's tossing in the rope. And just cruising in that pocket right there. Cool, calm, and collected. There's the 180. Oh, man. Just falling off the back. Looks like that might do it for her first pass. We're going to let her get wet and reset down there at the end of the course. Once again, we do need Masters Men's Skim down to the dock. Masters Men's Skim. Shawn, Drew, Cody, and Chad down to the dock. All right, we're going to get reset with Linda Cooley as we get her ready for pass number 2. Doing it just for you. And here she goes. Choking up on that rope before tossing it. She's got no rope, but she's got all the hope. Locking it in that Centurion wave. Nicely done. Dropping down low. She wants that 180. I can see it in her eyes. She's picking up the speed. There's the rotation. Nicely done. Awesome job from Linda Cooley, locking it in with that frontside 180. Now surfing switch backside. And now, here's the tricky part. How do we get back to regular? She's going to put a couple carves in. Down here at the end of the course, she wants it. Oh, man, trying to reach down with that front hand. Make the rotation happen. Hey, give it up for her as she's throwing down for you. Puts your hands together for Linda Cooley. Way to go, girl. That's going to do it for our Masters Women's Skim Division. And coming up next, we've got Masters Men's Skim. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, our friends at Wakewell will be hosting Saturday morning scriptures. A positive way to start the day. Our friends at Wakewell are going to be giving a positive message about a God who loves us. And they're going to do it with free coffee and free donuts. That's for everyone in attendance. So join us tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. for Saturday morning scriptures. We are getting our Masters Men's Skim underway, and we're kicking it off with Shawn the Hair Harris. Coming out of Lake Lanier, Georgia. You already saw him in the surf category. Now he's locked in on the skim. Nice frontside air to get things going. Oh, getting all the way to the top, but just slipping out a little bit, not able to stay in the push. Taking a fall, but hey, that's okay. He's got a couple more pickups. Shawn Harris, our first rider here in the Masters Men's Skim. At this time, we do need amateur men's skim to start grabbing your things and start getting ready. Amateur men's skim, you guys are on deck. That's Ethan Hudkins, Finley Jones, Elijah Anderson, Carter McDonald, and Poopa Stimmel. You guys are going to be on deck here in just a bit after the Masters Men's Skim. We got Shawn Harris back up, looking to finish off pass number 1. Surfing frontside, big slash right there, chucking buckets across the wave, and Shawn getting connected on that backside 360, fighting for it and getting back in the push. You love to see it. Oh, trying for that backside shove it. Unfortunately going down, but happening right there at the end of the course. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back this direction for pass number 2. All right, Shawn Harris back up, tossing in that rope and getting right after it for his second pass. Snapping that board into that frontside air. Now, in the skim style category, you can see those boards riding a lot looser than in the surf category. Athletes trying their best to really lock in on the edges of the board because there's just not enough fin, if any fin at all, to help hold you on edge. All right, Shawn Harris back up, surf and switch backside. Oh man, trying to get out of it, but unfortunately just couldn't quite stay connected. Looks like that might do it for him there at the end. That's going to do it for Shawn Harris, our first rider here in Masters Men's Skim. Coming up next, another rider that you saw in Masters Men's Surf Style. Trading in that surf style board for his skim. And he's ready to cut loose out there. Coming out of Spring City, Tennessee, we got Drew Jalon. Drew getting started, carving it up, feeling it out. And you can see just how much space he has on that RI 230 wave. Getting all the way back in the back, surfing all the way forward, and then utilizing the full face of the wave as he gets up on that floater, popping that frontside lip slide where he kicks the tail of the board forwards towards the transom of the boat. Nice slow 360. Oh man. Got the rotation. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite stop the rotation as he slips out on his toe side edge. A great job so far from Drew Jalon. We're going to let him continue on with pass number 2 here in just a bit. All right, Drew Jalon back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope, getting set in the pocket of the wave. Drew pumping, putting in some carves, and then holding that frontside lip slide up on top of the wave, breaking the board loose. And going again for it. He's feeling it out and liking what he's laying down. Oh man, trying for the shove. Unfortunately, not able to get the landing gear back underneath him. But a great job so far from Drew Jalon, our second rider here in men's skim. Once again, at this time, we do need amateur men's skim. Start making your way down to the dock. That's Ethan, Finley, Elijah, Carter, and Poopa. Make your way down to the dock. You dudes are coming up next. We got one last shot for Drew Jalon. His last chance to get some more points on his scorecard. He wants to end it with a bang. And going for that 360. Oh, man. Getting the rotation, just not able to stay on the right part of the wave. That's going to do it for him, but a great job from our second rider in Masters Men's Skim, Drew Jalon. Well, on the water next, a dude coming out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. We got Cody Travis out here holding it down for the Texas crew. Getting that 360. There's the shove. And a shove to get the board back. Nicely done. Cody Travis pulling out all the stops. There's the backside big spin. And then reverting back around into his dominant stance. Oh, man. Going backside body varial right there. Unfortunately, taking a fall, but Cody Travis stacking in the tricks. You love to see it, and so far, so good from Cody Travis. Cody out of the Midland, Odessa area. Doing it out there in oil country. And speaking of oil country, you know, one of the unfortunate things about the boating and lake lifestyle is that you constantly have to deal with gas cans. You got to haul them around, get them to your boat, take them to your dock, put them in your car smelling like gas. You spill it everywhere you go. Well, you know what? Our friends at Gas Dingo have got a solution for you. No more gas cans needed when you can fill up that tank. You want to see how it works? All you got to do is check it out right here on site. Or you can go to gasdingo.com and make gas cans a thing of the past. We got Cody Travis down to the end of pass number 1. We're going to get him back going this direction, heading back towards the start dock here in just a bit. All right. Cody Travis getting back up, back at it. There's a back shove combo. Nicely done. And a backside body varial. Trying to lock in that backside body varial. A very difficult maneuver, because while the board doesn't move, your body does move in that backside rotation. You lose sight of the boat as you jump off the board, turn your back to the boat, and then have a blind landing back on the board. Definitely high risk, but also providing a high reward. And we're going to see if Cody can put it together and lay it down right here. There's a shove. Nice slow 360 and then a shove to get his board back. Big shove to mute right there, reaching down with his front hand, grabbing the rail. There's that backside body varial, locking it in and riding away smooth. Oh man, trying to go for that 540 big spin. That's a big trick. Happening right there at the end of the course. Awesome job from Cody Travis, your third rider here in the Masters Men's Skim Division. Just like that, we've got one rider left to go. And at this time, all amateur men's skim need to be down at the dock. Ethan Hudkins, Finley Jones, Elijah Anderson, Carter McDonald, and Poopa Stimmel. Head on down to the dock. Also, men's semi-pro skim. You guys are going to be on deck here shortly. That's going to be Alex Lang, Greer Malmquist, and Skeer Rose. But right here, right now, coming out of the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. We got Chad Hudson on the water, ready to rock. And Chad throwing on the break right there, chucking buckets at the judges. Big alley-oop, backside 180, completing the rotation and getting locked right back in. There's the 3 shove. Oh no, just falling off the wave. Not able to lock that 3 shove back underneath him. But hey, that's okay. Still tons of time. Plenty of real estate to get back going. As I was saying about Nicole, the same thing applies. We were just in Chad's backyard about a month ago down at Lake Conroe, right outside of Houston, Texas area. And now Chad traveling all the way up north to take part in the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, brought to you by Centurion Boats. And we're going to see what Chad's got left for pass number 1. There's that 3 shove. Oh, no. Just couldn't quite ride away. That's going to do it for his first pass. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back down for pass number 2. All right, the throttles go down. Chad gets up, and he's headed back this direction, tossing in that rope, finding the push. There's the 180 shove. Going alley-oop backside 180 right into that switch front big. Nicely done, Chad Hudson. There's that backside body varial. Call him Butter because he's on a roll right now. There's the front shove out. He is feeling it. There's the backside big spin, just muscling it around, catching it way early, and a 3 shove to boot. Another 3 shove. Get out of the shed because Chad Hudson is throwing hammers right now all the way down the course. You love to see it. A full stand-up second pass. Awesome job. Make some noise for Chad Hudson. That's going to do it for our Masters Men's Skim Division. Coming up next, we got Amateur Men Skim with Ethan, Finley, Elijah, Carter, and Poopa. At this time, we do need Men's Semi-Pro Skim. Start making your way down towards the start dock. Men's Semi-Pro. You guys are on deck. All right, kicking us off here in the Amateur Men's Skim. Your first rider. No SOS needed. We got Ethan Hudkins. Coming out of Springfield, Missouri. Doing it out of the legendary Table Rock Lake. All right, Ethan, ready to rock. Now, I was just in Lake of the Ozarks down in Missouri last weekend with the WWA. And if you want to stay up to date with all things wake, be sure to download that free WWA Ride Line app. You can see the scores. You can build a profile And you can keep your wake resume with you everywhere you go. So be sure to download the free WWA Ride Line app and stay up to date with all things wake. We got Ethan Hudkins back up, back at it. Big frontside air, snapping off the lip and getting right back into it. He is surfing way back in that pocket and then dropping right back down, showing how much space you have on that Centurion RI 230 wave. Oh man, just slipping out at the end. Tell you what, those skim boards sure are slick. Ethan just slipping out right there at the end of the course, but hey, that's okay. We're going to turn him around, bring him back down for pass number 2. All right, we have got Ethan Hudkins headed back this direction, carving it up, laying it down, floating all the way up at the top, putting in a big slash at the wave, and another big frontside air before dropping right back down into the pocket. So much push on that Centurion RI 230, going for that 360. Unfortunately, just falling out the back, not able to stay connected, but hey, that's okay. A great job, nevertheless, from Ethan Hudkins, your first rider here in Amateur Men's Skim. Well, looks like he's got one last shot down here at the end of the course. Ethan looking for that exclamation point here at the end. Going for the 360, 720. Oh, man, just got caught in the spin cycle. That's going to do it for him. Awesome job and a great way to kick off our Amateur Men's Skim division. Once again, at this time, we do need Men's Semi-Pro Skim. Start making your way down to the dock. You dudes are on deck. That's Alex Lang, Greer Malmquist, and Skeer Rose. Start grabbing your things, getting ready, because you dudes are on deck. All right, well, we got Finley Jones out there on the water, putting it together in pass number 1, stacking up some tricks, and now the judges looking for some repeat action here in pass number 2. Finley looking to make the magic happen. That rope pulls tight. The throttle goes down, and Finley Jones gets up. Here we go. Getting into that front side pocket. Finley dropping that rope. Doing it out of Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. Finley putting in that bottom turn and then right into that frontside slash. Blowing out the tail. There's a shove up to the top, a shove down in the flat water to get his board back into that dominant stance. And then frontside air to Indy. There's the 3 shove. Stomping it down. Absolutely bolts on the landing. There's a back shove. Right into that backside 360. Finley continuing on. Shove back to regular. Alley-oop, backside 180. Completing the rotation with that back 3. And there's the backside big spin. Landing it, but just losing the push. An awesome job. And just about a stand-up pass. Looks like that might do it for him. Killer stuff from Finley Jones, your second rider here in the amateur men's skim division. All right, next up on the water. You already saw him in the surf style. Well, now he's traded in those fins for some skim. Right here, right now, this is Elijah Anderson. Tossing in that rope. And Elijah getting to work. Starting off, getting dizzy out there, going 4 times around the 1440. Taking that spin to win mentality. There's the backside 180 shove. Now his board in that opposite stance. There's the 360 again, 720. And shove to get the board back to regular. He's got those back shoves on lock. And Elijah shoved down in the flat water. Doesn't matter where he's doing them. He is absolutely dialed. And Elijah Anderson wheeling out on that tail slide. There's the 3 shove. Stomping it down. He is stoked. Let's get stoked with him. Put your hands together for Elijah Anderson. Well, absolutely epic conditions out here at Lake Lehomdu in Alexandria, Minnesota. For Surf Minnesota, King of the Lake. One of the stops of the Wake Surf World Series. Brought to you by Centurion Boats. And today's action all done behind that RI 230 23-foot boat with all the bells and whistles you could ever ask for, serving up that legendary Centurion wave. And Elijah Anderson spinning out right there, pumping hard to stay with it. There's a shove right into a back three. And then down deep in the pocket with that body varial. Oh no. Just dipping the nose and going OTF out the front. That's okay. Only his first fall in pass number 2. So we are going to get him back up, back at it. Elijah Anderson back up, back at it. Backside big spin. Oh no. Not able to ride away. Looks like that's going to do it for that first pass. Once again, at this time, we do need men's semi-pro. Men's semi-pro. Down to the start dock. You guys are on deck. All right, your next rider on the water, coming out of Frisco, Texas, doing it on my home lake, Lake Louisville. We got Carter McDonald putting in a series of shoves, getting warmed up. There's the 3 shove. Landing bolts right there. No bobble whatsoever. Alley-oop backside 180, dropping right back in. And there's the backside big spin. Carter McDonald putting it together, trying to fight for that wave, and he is getting there. Fighting hard to get back. You can see just how much space there is on that Centurion wave. A shove to get the board back to normal in his dominant stance right here. There's that 540 big spin, locking it in, tossing his hands in the air. He's stoked. Let's get stoked with him. Awesome job from Carter McDonald. That's a stand-up pass number 1. We're going to see if he can have a repeat performance, keep that momentum going, keep it flowing as we bring him around and turn him back down for pass number 2.
Check.
Barrow. Barrow Bass.
Is a new sponsor by doing things with Little
Yeah.
in Lake Louisville.
Yeah, sick.
He's watching right now live dock party at our dock.
Nice. All right. Yeah, cool. I got you.
All right, well, Carter McDonald back up, back at it. Looking to have a repeat performance here in pass number 2. Carter wanted to give a big shout out to Barrow Bass back home. Watching live. Here we go, getting things going with that front side 180. Surfing that board in the opposite direction. There's that 360. Shove back to normal. And he's eyeing it up right here. Getting in that pocket. Front shove. Oh, man, just going down. But, hey, that's only his first fall up to this point. Carter McDonald having a great run so far. We're going to get reconnected with him on his way back towards the start dock. Carter McDonald, our second to last rider here in amateur men's skim. And he's trying to lay on a little bit extra sauce right here towards the end of his second pass. Big alley-oop backside 180, finishing that rotation out. Backside body varial, oh no. Landed the trick, but just dug the nose there at the end. Looks like that is going to do it for him. A great job from Carter McDonald. At this time, all men's semi-pro skim should be down at the dock. That's Alex Lang, Greer Malmquist, and Skeer Rose. After men's semi-pro skim, we're going to have the amateur women's skim with Arya Helerman, Megan Hall, Claire Herta, Madison Travis, Jenna Leesberg, and Victoria Morosky.
Right, so this is
You
Poopa.
ladies
He's our last
start
rider
making
in
your
this
way
division.
down here in just a bit. All right, well, your last rider here in amateur men's skim, coming out of Claremont, Florida. This kid has been on an absolute tear this year. We're going to see if he can continue that tear here in Minnesota. Right here, right now, this is Poopa Stimmel. Poopa starting things off with a series of backside shove-its, and then trying to go for that 3 shove, but just slipping a foot right there. That's all right. Only his first fall. And Poopa, he's been riding and training with Centurion athlete Sean Silvera for quite some time. You can see it in the way he rides. This kid likes to ride fast and loose, packing in the tricks. We're going to see if he can get into a rhythm. As we get back into it. Nice slow backside 360. There's a backside shove and a shove back to regular. Poopa putting it together with that alley-oop backside 180, finishing the rotation back into his dominant stance. There's the backside shove again and a shove out. Backside 360, bottom turn right into that front side slash. Backside big spin, locking it in and getting right back on the wave. Doing it just in the nick of time and Poopa Stimmel having a great recovery after an early fall in pass number 1. We're going to let him reset and get back in for his second pass. He's our last rider here in amateur men's skim. Then we're into men's semi-pro skim, followed by our amateur women's skim. All right, headed back this direction. Poopa Stimmel tossing in that rope and surfing his way back down. Big frontside air, reaching down, indie grab to get things going. There's the backside shove and a front shove out, the half and half. Backside to frontside shoves. There's the 3 shove, locked and loaded. Ollie up to the top of the wave, and then backside 360 on the wave, followed by a 360 in the flat water. Frontside 180, finishing the rotation with that frontside 3. 540 big spin. Oh, man. Landing the trick, but just slipping out as he's trying to get back in the wave. Poopa Stimmel feeling fast and loose out there. Putting in some big tricks. But he's not done yet. Looks like he's got just a little bit of room left in this second pass to stack a couple more tricks in. And we're going to get reconnected with Poopa right here. He's only got a little bit of time, so he's going to hustle for it. Tossing in that rope. Ollie down there in the flat water. He wants something big right here. There's that 540 back big. Oh, man. Just slipping and sliding out of it. That's going to do it for him. That's going to do it for all of our amateur men's skim riders. Give it up for Ethan Hudkins, Finley Jones, Elijah Anderson, Carter McDonald, and that young man right there, Poopa Stimmel. Way to go, dudes. Coming up next, we've got men's semi-pro skim about to take to the water. Men's semi-pro skim coming up, and that means our amateur women's skim are going to be on deck. So amateur women's skim, start grabbing your things, getting ready, because you girls are going to be up next in just a bit.
We're looking shaky. It's just
Chad Decade.
connections.
Ask them if they need Amanda to scribe for them for semi-pro skim.
Yeah.
Chad to Trevor.
Your first rider here in the men's semi-pro skim. A hometown hero from Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota. We have got Alex Lang kicking us off. He's tossing in the rope and ready to get to work. Feeling out that wave. Alex starting things off. Backside big spin. Linking the 3 shove to the back 180. There's a back shove to keep going. And the 3 shove to boot. There's the 540 big spin, making the board go 540 degrees while he catches it and does the backside 180. Oh, trying to go front shove. Unfortunately going down, but man, he's packing in the tricks. They're in pass number 1. Alex Lang, a little bit of home court advantage with this Minnesota water. Here at the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. This is day number 1 of this stop of the World Series of Wake Surfing. Riders traveling from all across the country to converge right here at Alexandria, Minnesota. Right in the backyard of Alex Lang. And he's back up, looking to continue.
Oh, lost it. Oh, there. It's back.
Shove to mute right there and a shove to boot. Going full front side 360. Nice slow rotation. There's the 5 shove. Oh no. Going down right there at the end of the course. That's going to do it for his first pass, but he's still got 1 pass left to go. So far, so good from Alex Lang.
Greer and Skeer.
Well, this whole semi-pro men's skim division all riding together out there at Lake Minnetonka. So they're treating today's contest just like it's any other day on the Minnesota lakes. We're going to get reconnected with Alex Lang. Let him come back in for his second pass. The rope pulls tight, the throttles go down, and Alex gets up. Tossing in that rope, and here we go. Alex Lang heading back this direction, passing that start of course buoy. Oh man, he wants that 5 shove, and to have the confidence to throw it first trick right out of the gate. You love to see it. Unfortunately, not able to put it down right there, but he's got 1 more chance to get it happening. We're going to get him back up. An absolutely epic day out here at Surf Minnesota, King of the Lakes. Brought to you by Centurion Boats and our local Centurion boat dealer, Faction Marine. Well, Alex back on the water. Alley-oop backside 180. Choosing to save that 5 shove for later. There's the backside big spin, or excuse me, backside body varial. Unfortunately, landing on the board, but just slipping a foot. Not able to stay connected, and that's going to do it. for Alex Lang, your first rider here in the men's semi-pro skim division. All right, and Greer ready to get to work, waving to the buddies and his crew. There's a series of shove-its to get started, right into the 3-shove, back shove combo, and then switch front big to get back to regular. Now way back on the wave, alley-oop backside 180, reverting back around into his dominant stance. Backside big spin. And now riding that board in its opposite direction. There's the front shove. There's the 540 big spin. Greer Malmquist, get out your credit cards because this kid is charging right now. Oh, man, going for that 540 shove it. Unfortunately, taking a fall there at the end of the course. But, man, so far, so good from Greer. Putting it together when it matters most. But he's not done yet. That's one pass down, one pass left for Greer Malmquist. Once again, at this time, we do need amateur women's skim. Amateur women's skim down to the dock. Arya Helerman, Megan Hall, Claire Herta, Madison Travis, Jenna Leesberg, and Victoria Morosky down to the dock.
Okay. Why is he not right? Okay.
Leave them right there and just let everything go around it. Did I not check my email? I wouldn't know. Should we check on that by Scotty?
Yes. And
trying to get back into the rhythm for his second pass, and unfortunately going down. That's all right. Only his first fall in this second pass, so we're going to get him back up, back at it. Greer already so many big tricks. And here we go. Having a bit of a restart for that second pass. Greer Malmquist going alley-oop, backside 180, right into that switch 360, and then reverting back into his dominant stance. There's that backside big spin. Right into the switch front big, keeping it mellow, but making it look oh so smooth. Big alley-oop back 3, snapping that board off the lip of the wave. Doing the full 360 before landing back in the transition. Oh, man. And trying again for that 5 shove, just coming up a hair short. Doing it right there at the end of the course, but a great job nevertheless. Give it up, make some noise for Greer Malmquist.
So right now Skeeter is coming up, and he's the last rider in this division.
We've got one rider left to go here in the men's semi-pro skim. Your last rider off the dock. Also from Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota. Right here, right now. This is Skeer Rose. Skeeter starting things off with that snappy alley-oop back 1. There's the 3 shove. Back shove to back shove combo. And there's the backside body varial. Nicely done. Turning that blind, landing, and then switch front body varial back to his dominant stance. 540 big spin. And switch front shove out of it. Staying in that switch backside stance. There's the switch big spin to get back to regular. Oh, and trying to go with the regular stance front side 3 shove. Let me tell you, that is a difficult trick. Skeer Rose almost putting it down, using that high risk, high reward riding mentality. And let me tell you, these Lake Minnetonka riders, they have got the skills. And we're going to see how it all ends up here in the men's semi-pro skim division. After this, we're getting into amateur women's skim. Well, he's headed back this direction. Skeer Rose looking to continue that momentum that he set in pass number 1. And he's kicking us off with that 3 shove. Making the board do a 360 while his body stays the same. There's the backside big spin. Taking that 3 shove again, but turning his backside body varial. Oh, man, and then trying to go backside bigger spin. Unfortunately going down, but Skeeter showing a little bit of his cards. This kid has got some big tricks and wants to make them count. Well, Skeer Rose back up, back at it. We're going to see if he sticks to the plan or changes and adapts. Back shove combo. There's the 3 shove, stomping it down. He's building all the components to go into that front side 3 shove again. Man, just not able to put it down, but a great job nevertheless from all of that Lake Minnetonka crew. Give it up, make some noise for Alex Lang, Greer Malmquist, and Skeer Rose. Way to go, dudes. That's going to do it for our men's semi-pro skim. Coming up next, we've got amateur women's skim. Here at day number 1 of the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long.
Food for the soul.
Involved. And if you want to stay up to date with the scores, not only from this event, but from all events that the WWA hosts all across the world, be sure to download the free WWA Ride Line app. In that app, you can see the schedule of events for today's event, but you can also create a profile and create a wake resume that you carry with you from contest to contest. So in order to stay up to date with all things wake, be sure to download that free WWA Ride Line app. Right now, we got Arya Helerman on the water, kicking us off in amateur women's skim. And Arya going for that body varial, nicely done, making her body do the 180 while the board stays the same. And now getting back into her dominant stance, but riding that boards backwards, going for the front shove to get back. Unfortunately going down, but Arya Helerman setting the bar high for the rest of these ladies to follow here in amateur women's skim. At this time, we do need our youth boys surf to start grabbing their things and getting ready. Youth boys surf. You dudes are on deck. That's going to be Camden Small, Declan Vandereet, and Grayson Hantke. Well, back up, back at it. Arya Helerman. Sorry, Helm. Coming out of Blue Lake, Ohio. Arya getting all the way down to the end of the course. We're going to turn her around and bring her back down for pass number 2. Well, Arya Helerman tossing in that rope, headed back this direction for pass number 2. There's the shove. And coming back this way. Alley-oop, backside 360. Doing that tail slide all the way around into the 180. Surf and switch backside. Nice job finding the balance and turning it right into a 360. Arya dancing around. There's the shove in the flat water. And getting into her switch backside stance. Body varial back to normal. Little tail slide. Oh, trying to do body varial. And it looks like happening right there at the end of the course. That might do it. We're going to see if she gets one more pickup. And I think that might be it for Arya. Happening right there at the end of the course. But a great job setting the bar for the rest of the amateur women skim to rise up to. She's our first of 6 riders here in amateur women's skim. And a great job for Arya. Coming up next, out of Washington, North Carolina, riding out there on the Tar River, we've got Megan Hall getting ready to get into the action. We're going to pull her tight, get her in tow behind that RI 230. And speaking of getting towed, you know what? When you have the best boats on the planet, you want to tow it with a good-looking truck. So for your next auto purchase, be sure to go check out Gilliland Chevy and Cadillac. Gilliland providing a beautiful 3500 HD Chevy truck, the Z71 trim on it. That thing pulling the boats with ease. And right now, Megan Hall on the water, floating up top right before dropping down into the pocket. Megan got her eyes on the prize. Nice, slow, smooth 360. Oh, man, just slipping out after completing that rotation. A great job so far. We're going to get reconnected with her and let her finish pass number 1. Once again, we do need our youth boys surf to start grabbing their things and getting ready. Youth boys surf. Camden, Declan, and Grayson, you dudes are going to be up here in just a bit. Well, Megan Hall back up, back at it. A little bit of real estate left in pass number 1. Oh, trying one more time for that 360, and unfortunately, that's going to do it for her in that first pass. But we're going to let her reset and come back through for pass number 2. As that sun's getting higher in the sky, you know it's just about lunchtime. We're right here hanging out at Zorba's. Delicious pizzas, all types of food. So be sure to grab some food, grab a drink, and then grab a seat, even though you're only going to need the edge of it. Here at day number 1 of Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. part of the World Series of Wake Surfing and brought to you by Centurion Boats. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all weekend long. And we are having an absolute blast. As the sun's coming out, the weather's warming up. But man, that lake is still staying silky smooth out there. We're getting Megan Hall back on the water. The throttles go down and Megan gets up. And she's going to start off surfing backside, meaning the back of her body is facing the wave. A difficult stance to stay in. Naturally, your body wants to turn and face that wave, but Megan doing it well here in pass number 2, showing the judges that she can surf frontside or backside. She has got it covered. Oh, trying to get that switch body varial back into her dominant stance. Unfortunately going down. But hey, that's okay. Only her first fall in that second pass. So we're going to get her back up and back at it in no time at all. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, our friends at Wakewell going to start the day the positive way. We're doing something called Saturday Morning Scriptures. We're going to do a quick message about how there's a God who's crazy about us. If you want to come join us for Saturday Morning Scriptures, there will be free coffee, there will be free donuts, and it's going to be a great time. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. right here for day number 2 of Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Oh, we got Megan Hall headed back this direction. Oh, man, trying for that shove. And unfortunately, looks like that might do it there at the end of her second pass. A great job from Megan. And we are moving right along in this amateur women's skim division. That's 2 riders down, 4 riders left to go. Well, next up on the water, you already saw her in the surf division. Well, now she's in the skim. Coming out of the Lone Star State. Hey, that's my home state. Out of Bay City, Texas, we got Claire Herta. Claire tossing in that rope and getting right to work, going backside 360 down in the flat water, right into that frontside 180, surf and switch backside, and then getting right back around into her dominant stance. Nice chop hop off the top. There's a backside shove, making the board do a 180 while her body stays the same, and another shove, getting that board back to regular. There's that frontside 180. She's staying low to the water, going in that spin cycle for the frontside 5. Big bottom turn right into 720 in the flat water. Oh, man, just dancing out there. Claire Herta looking oh so smooth here in amateur women's skim. All right, back up. Claire Herta, the young lady out of Bay City, Texas. Tossing in that rope, getting right to work. Getting way down low. There's that 720 in the flat water. That's what she was looking for at the end of pass 1. Starting it off pass 2, and then big slash, chucking buckets across the wave. Soaking it down. There's the backside shove. Oh no. Landed it, but just dipping the nose. Looks like she might have a little bit more real estate. About 3/4 of the way through pass number 2. We're going to see what she can do with the room she has left as we reconnect with Claire Herta. Oh, Claire trying to get back into a rhythm after that mid-pass fall. Little front side slide right into that tail slide, showing the judges she has got full control out there. And then getting dizzy with that 7. Oh, man, just falling off the end of the wave. That's going to do it. Make some noise for Claire Herta. I'll get some here in just a second. Thank you, though. All right. From one Texan to another, we got Madison Travis. Madison out of that West Texas crew. Doing the 180s on the water, grabbing the rail. And now getting dizzy with that backside 360. Oh, man, couldn't quite stop the spin cycle. We saw her dad, Cody Travis, ride earlier. Well, now it's Madison's time to shine. She is our 4th rider here in the amateur women's skim division. And once again, we do need youth boys surf. Youth boys surf. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the dock. That's Camden Small, Declan Vandereet, and Grayson Handke. Madison back up, back at it, tossing in that rope. Kicking off that front foot, replacing it with her front hand, and extending that leg all the way up into the air. There's the backside shove. Oh, and then trying a front shove out of it. Unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for pass number 1, but a great job from Madison Travis here in this first pass. We're going to see if she can keep it going, keep it flowing into pass number 2. All right, back up. Madison Travis, the young lady out of the Lone Star State, headed back this direction. Grabbing that rail, doing the front side 180. And there's a shove out. Oh, and then going switch front big. Nice front side air. Snapping the tail of the board, launching the board into the air. Oh, man, going with that 3 shove, trying to land high on the wave, but unfortunately going down. That's all right. One more pickup for Madison Travis. And then we've got 2 riders left here in the amateur women's skim division.
I have some. Thank you.
Madison back up. Front side ollie right there. Oh, and trying one more time for that 3 shove. Unfortunately going down. That's going to do it for her, but a great job from Madison Travis. We've got 2 riders left here in amateur women's skim. We need youth boys surf. Down to the dock. Hey, at this time, we do need Lee Height. Lee Height, if you are here, please report to the registration tent. Lee Height, please and thank you. Well, right now, on the water, we got Jenna Leesberg. Jenna getting down low. Oh, man. Just going OTF on that 360. Out the front. That's all right. Only her first fall. We're going to get reconnected with Jenna here in just a second. Once again, Lee Height. Lee Height, please report to registration. All right, Jenna Leesberg, back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. Oh, no. Heartbreaker right there for Jenna. They're in pass number 1. Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to get wet and reset. We're going to hope that that's the case for her as we get her all the way down to the end to start pass number 2. All right, Jenna Leesburg back up. There's the shove. Starting to feel more herself in pass number 2. Like we said, just needed to hit that reset button. Moving way up on the wave and then getting all the way back. Looking to turn that 180. There she goes. Oh, man, just dragging her hand a little too much. Going down about midway through her second pass, but that's okay. I think we're going to get her one last attempt. Once again, all youth boys surf down to the dock. All right, Jenna, her last shot to impress the judges, trying to make it happen right here where it matters most. She's got that board in the opposite direction. There's that 180 that she was looking for, and then bringing it right back. Nicely done. Landed the trick that took her down, and then a shove back to regular. She's feeling good, like she should. Oh, man. Getting dizzy on that 360. That's going to do it for her. Awesome job from Jenna Leesburg. And then that brings us to our final rider here in amateur women's skim. Last off the dock, going to be Victoria Morowski as we round out this amateur women's skim division. Hey, we do need Tracy Cantrell and Shawn Harris. Report to registration, please. Tracy and Shawn, head on over to the registration tent, please and thank you. Now, just last weekend, I was hanging out with this next rider down at her home lake of Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, for some of the WWA regional championships. Right here, right now, we got Victoria Morowski. Tossing in that rope. And getting a series of shove-its right there. And then getting right back in with that backside 360. So smooth. There's the 3-shove. Stomping it down. Riding away clean. Backside big spin. Oh, no. Just losing the push. But, man, Victoria came to play. Put in some big tricks right there. We're going to let her reset down at the end of the course. And then see what she's got left in pass number 2. Well, Victoria Morosky back up and going alley-oop backside 180, finishing the rotation right there with that 3. And then melon grab on that ollie. Oh, no, just sinking the nose. Not how she wanted to start off that second pass, but hey, you know what? Still plenty of time to get back up on the water and pack in a couple more tricks. Once again, we do need all of our youth boys surf. Camden Small, Declan Vanderreet, and Grayson Hankey down to the dock. Also, youth girls surf. Start grabbing your things and get ready, because you girls are going to be on deck here in just a bit. There's a backside shove right into that frontside 180 for Victoria. Getting back into her dominant stance with a swivel and a shove it. There's the backside big. Oh, no. Just losing her footing. That's going to do it for her, but a great job from her and the rest of the amateur women's skim division. Give it up, make some noise for all of our amateur women's skim riders. Now, if you want to follow along with the scores from today's event, be sure to download the free WWA Rideline app. All you got to do is open your app store on your phone. Whether it's Android or iPhone, we have got you covered. Type in Rideline, and that WWA Rideline app will come up to the top of the list. You can check out the scores from today's event. You can build a rider profile and create a wake resume that follows you everywhere you go. From here in Minnesota to all the way on the other side of the planet, the WWA hosting contests and letting you stay connected. Because the best way to stay up to date with all things wake is using that WWA Rideline app. All right, your first rider here in the Youth Boys Surf Division out of Windermere, Florida. We got Camden Small shredding it up. Let me tell you, the only thing small about this dude is his last name, because he's got big tricks with those body varials back and forth, switch and regular. Alley-oop, backside 180, completing the rotation. And then Camden going backside shove, a combo right there, shove to shove. Backside big spin. Oh, man. Thought he was digging a rail, but staying on top. What a recovery from Camden. Body varial back to regular. And there's the 3 shove. Pumping for it. Jeez, he's staying with it all the way. Nicely done. Camden Small pulling out all the stops. I told you. His last name might be Small, but he has got big tricks and a bright future. Awesome job from Camden so far. We're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing, as we turn him around and bring him back down for pass number 2. All right, we got Camden Small back up, back at it, re-entering the course here in pass number 2. Little dude out of the Butler Chain of Lakes putting in that backside 3 shove. There's the alley-oop, backside 180, completing the rotation into that 360. Oh, trying to go for more, and unfortunately just getting pushed off the wave. That's all right. Only his first fall in that second pass. So we're going to get him back up, back at it. All right, Camden jumping over to the other side of the wave, showing the judges he can surf front side, he can surf backside. And there's the body varial. Going into the 360, nicely done. And body varial back to his dominant stance. There's that front side 360. Awesome job, Camden Small. Way to go from that little dude. He's kicking us off in this Youth Boys Surf Division. And let me tell you, if that is any indication of how these youth boys are going to be throwing down the tricks, you better believe that they've got a bright future. Now, another rider that I was with just last weekend at Lake of the Ozarks for the WWA Central Regional Championships, about to take to the water. This is Declan Vanderreet. This kid no stranger to competing with the WWA. Tossing in that rope. Getting everything dialed in just like he wants. Backside shove to get things going. And front shove out. Reversing the board back to its normal direction. There's the 3 shove. Making the board do the 360. And a backside big spin. Sticking with the 3 shove, but adding a backside body varial. And then body varial back to normal. Looking for an exclamation point here at the end. Wanted that 540 big spin. Unfortunately going down, but a great job in pass number 1 for Declan Vanderreet. Hey, at this time, we do need our youth girls surf. Start making their way down to the dock. That's Juju Davis, Claire Brabender, Bo Walters, Amelia Wiley, and Emma Proudfit. Once again, Juju, Claire, Bo, Amelia, and Emma. Start grabbing your things, making your way down to the dock. Thanks. Declan Vanderreet back up, back at it. Oh, no. Going down right after. Getting back up. Looks like he wanted something big there at the end of the course. And I think that is going to do it for him. Oh, no. Excuse me. That's going to do it for pass number 1. We've still got pass number 2 for Declan Vanderreet. All right. 1 pass down, 1 pass left to go for Declan. And here he comes, entering the course, headed back this direction. Setting up. Down in the flat water. Oh, man. Trying to go for that 3 shove out of the gate. And unfortunately going down. Only his first fall and his second pass, so we're going to get him back up, back at it. Once again, we do need youth girls surf. All down at the dock. Juju, Claire, Bo, Amelia, and Emma. Head on down to the dock. All right. Declan coming back this way. Oh, man, wants that 3 shove in the flats. Shoot. Not able to put it down. Looks like that is going to do it for him. But a great job, nevertheless, for DVDR, Declan Vanderreet. Last but certainly not least in the youth boys surf is going to be Grayson Hantke. After the youth boys surf, we've got the youth girls surf. And then we're going to take a short break to refuel and switch out judges. For those of you new to the sport of wake surfing or just the competitive side of the sport, we have got some of the top judges in the industry, and all those judges are placed in the boat. They all have clipboards. They're taking notes on every single ride, watching the action from the best perspective possible. The judges are going off of the DRIVE format. That's an acronym, DRIVE, standing for difficulty, risk, intensity, variety, and execution. Each of those categories, riders will get scores in, creating their cumulative score for their entire run. And right now, we're going to see how Grayson Handke puts together a run, starting off with that backside shove and a shove back to regular. Alley-oop, backside 180, right back in. And there's the front side shove. Nicely done. A difficult maneuver. All right, well, we're going to get reconnected with Grayson Handke here in just a bit. But, hey, I've got such a wonderful addition in here to the announcer's booth. I've got Callie Nance, Centurion team rider out of Arizona. Hey, Callie, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm having a wonderful time. Now, you escaped the hot desert of Arizona to come up here to the Midwest and spend some time in Minnesota. When did you get in?
Oh my goodness. So we actually had a crazy experience and didn't end up getting to our Airbnb until around like 5:30 this morning.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it was a long night of travel.
Yeah, well, a lot of storms and everything, I'm sure, made that difficult. But, you know, thankfully, you made it here, and we're so excited to have you. So you are a surf-style rider. So watching these young kids in the surf-style format, you know, I am so impressed by how these young kids able to maneuver surf-style boards with big fins, do the shove-its, do the big spins. Like, gosh, it's got to be so impressive. Like, for you as a seasoned rider. Granted, you're still very young and have a lot of years ahead of you, but gosh, it's so inspiring watching these young riders.
I love Grayson. They're just so amazing. I think it's great overall that they do it because they love it, and it's not as competitive for them, and I think that's how it should be.
Yeah.
It's just fun for them. I think that's super cool.
Absolutely. Well, we got Grayson doing that body varial back to regular, and he is looking to stay connected to the wave. front shove out of it, and another front shove. He's linking them together, lacing it up, locking it in. Oh,
Woo!
and then a little half and half, shove in, shove out as quick as he could. There's a backside
Yeah.
big spin,
on
reverting out of
fire.
it and pushing hard. He's stoked. Let's get stoked
Yeah.
with him. Awesome job from Grayson Hankey. What a way to end that youth boys surf division. Absolutely killer.
Test.
What a ride down there at the end for Grayson Hankey. That's going to do it for our youth boys surf division. And now we're in the youth girls surf division. Okay, so Callie, you're from Arizona. You've been surfing, I'm sure, since you were a little kid, right? You're 16 years old.
Yeah, I started when, like, the first time I got up was around 9 years old.
Okay.
But I didn't really start liking it, and we didn't get a surf boat until I was like 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where are you riding in Arizona?
Roosevelt Lake. It's like 2.5 hours outside of Tucson.
Yeah, nice. Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, surely watching these young girls is got to be, sending you back. It's giving you
For sure.
nostalgia
Yeah.
to some of your first contests, when you were 9 and 10 years old, getting out on the water. And then you said that just this last year, you joined the Centurion Boats team. You're riding for them. What has it been like being with a team like Centurion?
It's honestly amazing, and I think the most important thing for me and my family is the family part of it, and I'm really blessed to be a part of something so amazing.
Yeah. Amen to that. Well, we're going to get our youth girls out here in just a second. Okay, so Callie, this is obviously one of the mini stops of the World Series of Wake Surfing. What stops have you done so far? I assume you did the one in Arizona.
I did. And then I did the Cali comp in the beginning of the season. And so this is my third one.
Very cool.
I
very
wanted
cool.
to do Texas, but we didn't make it to that one.
Well, hey, we
Scared.
missed you there. Texas is a great state by, completely, everyone's standards. Texas is just great.
It's beautiful there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have got our first rider. This is Juju Davis getting out there and shredding for us. Juju out of Texas, doing it for Moss Lake. And she's riding, spending a lot of time with one of my favorite dudes out there, Luke Hutcherson. Do you know Luke?
I do know Luke.
What a guy. I love Luke. I think I saw him walking around here earlier. Okay, so this is your third event in the World Series this season. What other events are you doing, if any?
I don't know that I'm going to do any. We're still kind of thinking about Texas, but
Yeah.
it's not 100%.
Yeah, cool. And then obviously
Or
by
Tennessee, not Texas. Yeah.
by doing 3 events, that's qualifying you for the World Championships in Florida. So
Super excited for that.
Yeah.
I've never been to Florida, so
Hey.
I'm excited.
Florida, the land of the swamp. But man, it is a great place to be. They call it the Sunshine State for a reason. That sun is always keeping those waters warm. But you're used to that down in Arizona, that's for sure.
am,
We got
yes.
Juju coming down and putting in the tricks. There's the ollies and doing a big slash at the wave. Oh, man, just digging the nose right there. But a great job so far from Juju Davis. Okay, so Callie, one of the questions that I've been asking all the Centurion athletes at the events, so many riders, we come to these events and we want to do our best run possible.
Yeah.
But it's also such a great time to interact with the pros and just get some advice. So look, the trick that everyone wants to land is the 360. Okay? Everyone wants to get out there. They want to dial in their 360s, and then that unlocks so many possibilities out of it. So if you were going to coach someone to a 360, give me your 3-4 steps to doing that perfect 360?
Okay, I would say when I was first learning the 360, my main thing was I'd bend my chest over, which would cause me to go over the wave, or I would bottom turn out, which would cause me to go over the wave. So I think when you're coming into it, if you come straight and you have your chest up but your knees bent, and then you follow it through and you look back at the boat, I think you're golden.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is look down, fall down.
Yep. Look down, go down.
Yeah. You have your chest up, you'll stay up. I like that. Well, we're going to hope that Juju Davis takes a little bit of that advice as she gets back up on the water and gets into pass number 2. All right, she's tossing in the rope. All right, and Juju going with that backside stance. Kelly, that's a difficult stance for these young surfers to stay in, but Juju's making it look great.
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
I love that spring suit she has on too. It's super colorful.
Yeah, you know, so many of these riders, especially someone like Juju coming out of Texas, you know, we've got warm waters already down there. The waters up here a little cooler, but man, Juju doing a great job getting all the way down the pass. And looks like that's going to be a stand-up second pass.
Awesome.
Yeah, crushing it all the way through.
She's so cute.
Way to go. And just showing, man, that Centurion Boats, it has got a setting for everyone. Whether it's your first contest or whether you're transitioning up to pro, the Centurion Wave has a spot for you in it. Now, Callie, you've been riding with Centurion for the last year. You're from Arizona. You're 16 years old. What Centurion boat are you riding behind in Arizona?
The RI 230, and
Okay,
I love it. Yeah.
So this is your, like,
Yes.
you feel completely at home.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's my favorite one too, so I'm super pumped that.
Okay, so just for everyone here that's interested, what settings are you riding? Like when you go out to shred, what is Callie putting on her settings?
So I usually ride around 11.
Okay.
And then depending on the amount of people in our boat or whatnot, I have that center tab at 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
And full ballast?
Yes. I think so. Have to ask my
Question
dad,
mark.
but I think
but,
so.
but hey, fill it up.
Yeah.
Okay, put the tab at 20 and speed at 11.
Yep.
I like it. I like it.
It's the best way.
Yeah, and then do you change it if you have a younger ride? Like if you were going to be pulling these girls out there, would you make adjustments from your surf setup?
Yeah, so I actually have a little sister who's 8, and she's just starting to get more into surfing and having fun with it. And her wave is definitely shorter because she is pretty tiny, and she has a long wave, so more push for her.
Nice.
But as she's starting to learn to drop the rope and all of that.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, right now we got Claire Brabender on the water, getting way down low into that drop knee position. And she is hanging out, having a good time, showing the space on that Centurion RI 230. Getting way back there, but still feeling all the push in that drop knee position.
riding that blue surf, I see.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the athletes riding the blue surf. Is that the board you're riding as well, I can
Yes.
assume? Yeah, awesome job so far. Oh, going for that 360 and just slipping out. Okay, so coaching moment, Callie. You saw the 360, okay? She slipped out on it. So if you're in the helm, you're the driver, you come back around and you're coaching Claire, what do you tell her?
I'd probably say to stand up because I noticed she was a little down low, and that might have caused her to either keep spinning or fall out of that.
I
So,
think you're right on the money. I think having that chest up You know, it had she only been on shore when we were talking about this earlier, we really
Hopefully she heard it.
yeah, we could have saved her a little bit. All right. Well, Callie Nance out of Arizona, Tempe, Arizona. Tucson.
Yes.
My fault.
Close.
Doing it for Centurion Boats. And right now, we're going to finish up with Claire Brabender. Oh, no. She's trying to get down in the surf position. Claire coming out of Gibsonia, Pennsylvania.
Right here? Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's see, did you say you got here late last night?
Yeah, early this morning.
Okay, so you haven't gotten wet, you haven't gotten in the water, you
No.
have no practice rides
No.
leading up to this?
I was out on my lake, like, not last weekend, but the weekend before.
Sure.
So,
Nice.
yeah.
And does Lake Roosevelt get crowded, get pretty slammed this time of year?
It honestly is such a big lake that you can't really be too busy on it.
You can always find a
You can
spot.
always find a spot, yeah. Compared to Lake Pleasant, which has a lot of people have been there for that comp, and it's hard to surf over there. 'Cause
Yeah. Get a little more crowded.
yeah, it's a small lake, so
Yeah. Nice.
yeah.
Well, let's see what Claire Brabender has for us. We got her and then 3 more riders here in this surf division. Okay, so you said you have a little sister,
I do.
8 years old. What's her name?
Ollie.
Ollie.
Yeah.
Hey, Ollie. Is she here?
I think she was napping, but
Oh.
she's coming soon. She had a long night too. We all did.
Yeah, I get it.
She's quite the traveler now.
Yeah, and she's into wake surfing as well.
Yeah, she's just starting to get into it.
That's so
Yeah.
fun. A full family affair. And you bring up a great point. The best thing about wake sports is that you can't do them alone.
Exactly. I think that's our favorite part as a family.
Yeah. You get to do it as a group, as a family, as a crew. You get to encourage one another. And right now we got Claire Brabender out there. Looks like she's got a song in her head. She's dancing out there, having a good time.
Her family is also super sweet, and I know they probably would agree with the whole, it brings us closer as a family.
Yeah, well, Claire putting in some good carves, utilizing that full face of the Centurion wave. And once again, dropping down low. Oh, she wants to get all the way down. There she goes onto her knees. Oh, man, taking a hard left turn. And looks like that is going to do it for her. Give it up, make some noise for Claire Brabender, your second rider here in the Youth Girls Surf Division. We've got 3 riders left to go. Coming up next is going to be Bo Walters, another young rider that I was just hanging out with last weekend in Lake of the Ozarks at the WWA Regional Championships. Always fun to see the familiar faces out there. And like you said, Callie, building the community, creating a crew, going out riding together, just doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't.
Oh, looks like Claire still has a little bit of room left. Tossing in that rope. She's going to hustle for it. And there she goes, dropping way down low, standing right back up. And dropping right off.
I remember her last Arizona, not the one this year, but last year, and she was so tiny, and I was on the boat when she was riding, and it was so cute to see her.
Yeah, you love to see the excitement from those young kids, just falling in love with the sport that so many of us love.
I totally wish I would have started competing when I was younger and had that opportunity too.
Yeah, you can't start them too early, that's for sure. Get them out there, let them fall in love with the sport at a young age. Absolutely love it. Okay, so you said that you were riding for Blue Surf.
I am.
Okay, and you're riding a surf style board. So which board in the Blue Surf lineup are you on right now?
So Blue Surf is custom wake surfboard. So Jonathan, the owner, he does a great job of designing boards and making them custom for you and how you ride. So
Man, you can't get any better than that. Building a board specifically for your own needs. Well, right now we got Bo Walters on the water. Big bottom turn right into that front side slash. Absolutely love it. Callie, why don't you take us through this first pass?
okay. Setting up for that 360. Oh, she's got it.
Yeah, too easy for Bo. There's that
Doing
body varial.
awesome. Oh, back around.
Nicely done. Showing the judges she can ride with either foot forward.
Setting up, looks like a little alley-oop.
Yeah, Bo putting it together.
Nice air with the grab.
Packing in the tricks.
Oh, that shove. She's staying busy.
Yeah, staying busy out there for sure. Bo Walters packing in the tricks. And like I said, man, I'm so impressed by these right now, these young girls that they're really like pushing that board around.
I know, it's crazy.
I mean, the
Their little
surf style
legs.
boards, they have big fins, and these girls, they weigh nothing out there, but they are
I know.
really pushing that board around,
It's incredible.
doing the shoves, doing the body varials, turning it without a problem. You love to see it. Okay, so you're 16 years young.
Yeah,
Are you doing wake surf lessons in Arizona?
I am. This summer, I'm starting lessons.
Nice. Dude, that's so fun.
Yeah,
Getting
if
out
you're
there.
around the Roosevelt area.
Yeah, get out, grab a lesson with Callie. Fun stuff for sure. We're going to get Bo Walters turned around, brought back down for pass number 2. See what she's got left in the tank. Okay, so you saw the run. What do you think so far about what Bo's putting together?
She is awesome. It looks like she's getting up switch, which I love to see. I love some switch riding.
Yeah, tossing in the rope, showing the judges she can ride on either side of the wave. And like we've said before, riding backside, that's a difficult thing to do. And then going body varial right back in.
Wow, that's awesome.
Dude, just pushing that board around smooth as you like. And another body varial.
Staying super busy.
Yeah, big backside air launching off the lip.
I like her style too.
Yeah, she's got the power. She's really putting in some good carves there. Big slash at the wave. Callie excuse me, now I'm getting all twisted. This is Bo, and she is really putting together a great run. Got the carves, got the turns, and getting all the way down to the end of the course. Man, absolutely awesome job from Bo Walters. You love to see it. I don't know how old Bo is, but she's not that old.
Yeah, she looks super young.
Yeah, super fun. Okay, so while you're up here at Surf Minnesota, King of the Lakes, are you going to stay after the contest? Are you going to spend some time, riding on the land of 1,000 lakes? Or are you eager to get back home, be the desert rat that you want to be and get back to Lake Roosevelt?
We're going to stay here for an extra day. So we're leaving on Monday.
All right.
So Sunday we have some plans to hang out with friends that used to live back home, but they moved to this area a couple years ago. So we're going to hang out with them.
All right.
We're
Good time.
excited.
And are you going to get out on the lake?
Yeah, we are. They also have a 230. So
Sick.
yeah.
Sick. Well, that RI 230, it has been putting in the work all day long and serving up the best wave out there. Right now, your next rider on the water. This is Amelia Wiley. And Amelia Now, we saw Amelia at the WWA Eastern Regionals, and she is out there shredding it up.
Thank you so much. Can you get one on my phone, please? Thank you. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much.
Are you Jenna's
Yeah, Jenna Leber.
least? Am I saying her?
Yeah, it's so weird. People like pronounce it Lessinger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I was saying it right.
Yeah, you said it right.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job. Those shots. Yes.
That was happening.
Thank you.
But tomorrow I'm really good.
All right, we got Amelia Wiley back up, back at it. Surfing way back on the wave and going into that drop knee position way down low. And then coming back this direction. Nice bottom turn and cruising all the way up to the top. Big slash at the wave.
That wave pushing her back in.
Yeah, man, she is way back there, but able to fight her way all the way back up. Nice carve and continuing on down the course. Setting up for that.
Three,
Oh, trying to go for the 3. Okay, so
She's got it.
that was it. So it looked like she might have been in the wrong position on the wave so that she got sucked over the back. So again, let's coach the 360 for all of our viewers out there. Man, we all want to land the 360 every time. Where on the wave do you coach people to throw that 3?
It's kind of hard to just say right now, but I would say like that pocket, that sweet spot
Yeah.
where you feel the most push.
Well, and I feel like a lot of people, they get down low and then they try and ride all the way up the wave before they
Yeah.
do the 3. And by that time, you're going to get pushed out the back.
You have to make sure you spot the boat when you come up too,
Yeah.
so you don't keep spinning.
Yeah, your body always follows your head. So look for that boat as you come out of the 3. That'll help stop you spinning. All right, now we got Amelia Wiley back up, putting in some carves. Nice front side air, releasing the board off the top of the lip. And another
Another
big
air.
ollie. You love to see it. Grabbing the rail down there on her board.
Looks like she's going for a fire hydrant there.
Oh, no. Sometimes the fire hydrant fights back.
I don't even think I could do a fire hydrant.
Okay.
I'm not that flexible.
Gotta do some yoga in
Yeah.
order to prepare for the contest. Stay connected. Okay, so 16 years old. That means that you just finished your sophomore year
Yeah, I'm
in
going
high
into
school?
my junior year.
Okay, and are you doing traditional school or are you doing homeschool?
I do traditional school.
Okay,
yeah.
and how
Back
is that?
in Tucson.
How's that been managing your school with your surfing?
I honestly love it. I love the social part of school and friends and all of that. So I don't think that I could ever do homeschool or anything.
I'd just be so lonely
Yeah.
without my friends.
I love my friends, that's for sure. But it's hard skipping that much school and
Got to have some
coming back for
understanding
college.
teachers
Yeah.
for sure. There's that 360.
Woo, there we go.
Nicely done. Stopping the rotation,
Aw,
getting
she's
right back
excited.
in. Awesome job from Amelia Wiley. She is stoked. Getting way back on the wave. Looks like that is going to do it for a great job with those 2 passes, putting it together and laying it down. Amelia Wiley, our second to last rider here in the Youth Girls Surf. We are going to need Jordan Koeninger. Start grabbing your stuff, getting ready, as well as semi-pro women's surf. That's going to be Addie Simpson, Maddie Smith, and McKenna Lindahl. Start grabbing your things. You girls are going to be on deck in just a bit.
McKenna's one of my best friends, so I'm excited to watch her ride today.
Yeah, we love friends. Go McKenna. Go everyone. That's really what's important. We want everybody to ride their best.
Yeah.
So that in the end, the contest, man, it raises the entire level of the sport. And right now, we have got our last rider here in the youth girls division. This is Emma Proudfit.
She's got a wetsuit on. Do you know if the water's cold?
I have not felt the water.
Oh,
I know
no.
that the water is deep, and at some point last winter, it was frozen solid, about 3 feet deep.
Oh, goodness.
So I'm sure it's fine.
My Arizona body isn't ready for it.
Yeah. Take the girl out of the desert, but you can't take the desert out of the girl.
Something like that.
We got Emma coming down this direction. She's trying to stay warm in that wetsuit, but she's
Spinning
got
around.
the tricks to keep her warm right now. Getting the 360, dropping the knee, and then right here, oh, trying to go all the way around.
Wow.
That was some yoga maneuvers
Yeah, it
right
was.
there. Emma getting flexible down there on the board.
That board stayed still, too.
Oh, trying to go shove it to get her board back to that dominant stance. Unfortunately, going down. Okay, so, Callie, I have questions. Okay?
Ask away.
So, traditionally, I come from more of a wakeboard background. But when I go surf, I love surf style. Okay? I love it. So I'm right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I am so bad at riding backside. Okay, so my question for you is, should I be riding regular backside, or should I be riding switch backside so that I can like do something and get back around to my regular front side?
I mean, I think both are great. I started backside, and then...
You started regular backside.
Yes. And then I started learning switch, and ever since I learned switch, I've loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I absolutely love it.
All right.
That's actually how I start my comp run.
Is switch backside.
Yep.
All right, I got to remember that. All right, well, we got Emma Proudfit tossing in that rope. She is ready to shreddy on her way back towards the start dock. She's put together a great first run, a lot of variety in there, showing the judges that she can ride with
air to
either foot
3.
forward. Yeah.
I love that combo.
Oh, look, here it is. Creeping around on that body varial. Nicely done. And then the 180. Now, this is where she's got that fin in the back of her board. She wants to do that shove and catch it so that it's back in its dominant stance. Asking for a little speed right there. Yeah, she is cruising.
There! Oh,
Oh, man.
So close.
Trying to make it happen super quick.
And then I think she gets one more chance, right?
I think she's got one last shot
She's
here at
got
the
it.
end. Yeah, and hey, you know she wants to land it. She doesn't want to be defeated by that trick. You can tell she's got it in her quiver. That is for sure. All right. Okay, so I haven't even... Let's see. So we've got Pro Women's Skim, Pro Men's Surf. Where are you?
I'm around like 4 o'clock. Yeah.
Pro
there.
Women's Surf. There we are. Callie Nance.
4:14.
Yeah, nice. We've got so much action happening here all day long at the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. And right now, Emma Proudfit. Oh, man, again.
That's a bummer.
Going to battle with that shove. Unfortunately, the shove coming out on top today, but hey, you know what? There's always tomorrow.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah,
Day 2 matters more.
One of the great things about the World Series of Wake Surfing and these Centurion contests is that every rider rides at least twice. You
Yep.
gotta love it. So awesome job from those young girls getting out there and surfing. We are going to take a quick break. So now is a great time to go grab some food, grab a drink, and then grab a seat. even though you're only going to need the edge of it as we continue on with day number 1 of the Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, brought to you by Centurion Boats. Callie Nance, thank you so much for joining me in the booth.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good luck as you ride.
Thank you.
And we'll see you all here in just a bit.
Food for the soul. From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
Oh, for judges? No.
Chick. All right, we are back at it. And the first rider here in the adaptive surf division, we got Jordan Koeninger. Jordan surfing it up, getting in that pocket. Nicely done. Yeah, we saw Jordan down in Texas. And this dude traveling the country in a school bus, just going from surf contest to surf contest, living that on the road lifestyle. Well, Jordan going down about midway through pass number 1. We're going to get him back up, back at it to finish that first pass. Right now we do need semi-pro women surf. Semi-pro women surf. Addie Simpson, Maddie Smith, and McKenna Lindahl. Grab your things, head on down to the dock, get ready to rock. You ladies are going to be up here in just a bit. All right, back up, back at it. And Jordan going down one more time, but doing a great job so far. We're going to get him down to the end of the course. Let him reset for pass number 2. Once again, semi-pro women's surf. Make your way down to the dock. Thanks. Well, Jordan tossing in that rope. Nicely done. Staying in that pocket behind that Centurion RI 230. Finding the sweet spot in the wave. And he is cruising on down. Nicely done. Leaning forward for a little more gas. And that's how you do it. Jordan Koeninger finding the balance and doing it all on that sit board surfboard. Awesome stuff from Jordan, putting in some good carves. Oh man, just digging the nose, but a great job from Jordan Koeninger. Getting most of the way back to the dock. Looks like he might have a little bit more room. And then we're gonna get into our women's semi-pro surf. We got 3 riders about to take center stage for women's semi-pro surf. We also need men's semi-pro surf. Start grabbing your things, getting ready. That's Brody Crosby, Alex Hudkins, and Cole Reed.
I sell boats. I'm not an IT guy.
Inside his place. Yeah, totally.
What's up, man? I'm Jason. I'm the host and dealer. Nice to meet you. Yes, sir. I'm Mr. Factor. Yep.
Well, he could play the live stream just from the internet.
Okay.
So he could do that.
Just have him do that?
Yeah. Or if we can.
Okay. Oh, so they got on Google. Well, last year poured rain. Like, it was shitty weather, so everybody was inside. But it was so cool because it was like two being there drinking beers. Yeah. Oh, it was like 60 degrees last year. It was the polar opposite of this. And we're lucky because this was out on the main lake. It's nuking, like Whitecap. Like that.
All right. That's going to do it for Jordan. Awesome job from him. Always inspiring, getting out there and surfing the wave for the Adaptive Surf Division. Hey, we do have some sunglasses that got left behind. If you're missing your sunglasses, come to the announcer's booth and I might have them.
Callie, who was up doing the interview, she talked about Ollie. That's Ollie. Those are her sister's sunglasses. Oh. Yeah. Those are Callie's, yeah. Yes. Thank you. You want them?
All right. See you later.
You don't want them?
All right, we're about to get underway with our semi-pro women's surf division. We've got 3 riders coming at you for semi-pro women. At this time, we do need semi-pro men to start making their way down to the dock. Semi-pro men, start making your way down.
I think I'm supposed to be on the line. JRob Terry.
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good. I'm good. Great. I'm Mark.
Mark?
Yeah.
Sweet. Am I good to go?
Yeah, I'll do pro women.
All right, all right, all right. We're about to kick off with our semi-pro women's surf division. And what better way to kick it off than with this young lady out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Right here, right now, this is Addie Simpson. All right, Addie. Huh? That's Maddie Smith? This is Maddie Smith, not Addie Simpson. But Addie Smith going backside 360. And then big frontside air to Indy. Oh no! Going down right there. All right, well, we got Maddie Smith back up, back at it. Maddie Smith from way back in the pocket. Big bottom turn right into that frontside slash. Another one down, this time in the flat water, putting that ollie. And dropping down low into that drop knee position. Maddie Smith riding it out the rest of the way. And that's going to do it for pass number one. So far, so good for Maddie Smith. All right, Maddie Smith back up, back at it. This time surfing backside, meaning the back of her body facing the wave. She's doing it switch. That might mean that she wants to jump around here in just a bit. But first, she's putting in some big carves, settling herself through some rogue rollers. Oh, man, and there's that body varial trying to get back to regular. Unfortunately, going down. But fortunately for her, still has a pickup to give. So we're going to get Maddie Smith back up, back out there. And once again, we do need semi-pro men down to the dock. Semi-pro men. Start making your way down.
repertoire if you'd like to talk about how cool it is and it's branded with all the stuff. And that's $50. If you want to come on, there's small packs, small size, small medium, and large extra large. Depending on what size your melon is.
All right, we got Maddie Smith back up. Oh, going for that air reverse. And unfortunately, just going down. Looks like that might do it for her, but a great job nevertheless from Maddie Smith. Hey, our friends at the WWA have some awesome swag for sale. Not the least of which are these Sway hats. WWA and WSWS branded to keep you cool and shaded all summer long. We got a couple WWA models rocking them. So be sure to get yours before they're all run out. That's a good looking hat. I'll tell you that right now. Well, next up, no hat needed for McKenna Lindahl. Ready to shred. McKenna coming out of Rockland, California, and right out there on Folsom Lake. Going through a little bit of rollers, but finding the sweet spot. McKenna Lindahl ready to let loose out there. Front side air to get things going. Nice bottom turn, getting way away from the wave. And then poking the nose of the board up and over right into that front side slash. There's the backside 360, getting right back into it. Smooth as you like, and then another front side air, linking it together with a big slash. Oh no, looks like just got caught being indecisive. Didn't know if she was gonna do the front side board slide or the full 360. And you know what they say, hesitation equals devastation. Not able to come out of that, but we're gonna get McKenna back up here in just a bit. Let her finish pass number one. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, our friends at Wakewell are starting the day the positive way with Saturday morning scriptures. There's going to be free coffee, free donuts, and a free message about a God who's crazy about you. So come join us tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. right here. Oh no, McKenna Lindahl just going OTB out the back. And that's going to do it for pass number one. We're going to get her down to the end, turn her around, and bring her back this direction for pass number two. Brody Crosby, Alex Hudkins, and Cole Reed down to the dock for our semi-pro men's surf. All right. We got McKenna Lindahl back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. And McKenna pumping from way back on the wave. Airing out that front side air. There's that backside 360, smooth as you like. And then, trying to go front side air reverse. Unfortunately, going down. Looks like she might get one more pickup on her way back towards the dock. All right, here we go. Her last chance to get things going. McKenna Lindahl tossing in that rope. She's riding backside. Putting in some big carves. Nice stuff from McKenna. Oh man, trying to swivel around. And unfortunately, just getting caught up. Looks like that's going to do it for her, but a great job. Make some noise for McKenna Lindahl and the rest of the semi-pro women's surf crew. That's going to conclude it for them. Coming up next, we've got the semi-pro men's surf with Brody Crosby, Alex Hudkins, and Cole Reed. Also, semi-pro women's skim. Start grabbing your stuff, getting ready. You girls are going to be on deck. That's Lisa Acierno and Jillian Albright. Start grabbing your things. All right. Kicking us off in the semi-pro men's surf, we've got Brody Crosby. Brody pumping from way back in that pocket, gaining the speed and kicking off that front foot Madonna style. There's alley-oop backside 180, leaving it with the 180 and then reverting back around. Oh, going rocket shove. Rocket shove and revert out. Nicely done. Kicking off that front foot, ollie north. Oh, man, and then just getting tripped up. But, hey, Brody Crosby came to play, pulling out all the stops. You love to see it. making sure you got us. Cool. The mics are super sensitive. Here with me in the booth, we got Centurion rider JRob Terry. Hey, JRob, how you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Well, hey, you know, I know a lot of people know who you are, but for those of you that don't, give us a little intro. Who you are, where you're from, how old you are, and what you do, man.
Yeah, so I'm JRob Terry. I'm from Morristown, Tennessee. I live on Cherokee Lake. I'm 22 years old. I ride in the pro men's surf style division. I've been riding competitively for about 5 years now.
Yeah. Well, hey, we just saw Brody Crosby throw down in pass number 1. And
oh, look at that Superman.
Dude, this guy, he has got the skills to pay the bills, that's for sure. Big frontside 3. Holy moly. There's that alley-oop 3. JRob, what do you think about this, man?
Man, Brody has awesome style. He's always entertaining to watch. He just goes so big.
Yeah, well, that's going to conclude pass number 1. And Brody Crosby putting on a show. Man, that kid has got some amplitude. Getting out there, blasting off the wake. You'll love to see it. Well, JRob, I did a little creeping on your Instagram earlier. And I saw that, dude, you just got accepted to law school.
Yes, sir, I did. I started LMU School of Law in August.
Dude, way to go, man.
Thank you.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, you excited or you worried?
A little bit of both.
Yeah, that's a smart man right there. Yeah, okay, so you're out of Tennessee. You've been riding for Centurion for a year and a half?
I guess closing in on a year. September of this year will make a year.
Yeah, nice job. And what boat are you riding?
I ride a 2025 RI 245.
Okay, so a little bit sized up from the 230, but still, you know, just as awesome when you're out there. And now looks like we got Brody surfing on the other side. JRob, why don't you walk us through what he's got going?
Yeah, he just popped a hillside air right there with a nice grab. Looks like he's coming in for something else here. A little double grab on a hillside air. Looking good, showing off that amplitude. Coming back in here. Looked like he was going for a hillside alley-oop there. Just got caught on the lip a little bit.
Yeah, killer stuff. Man, Brody Crosby putting together a killer run so far. And, man, going for a lot of the amplitude, which, you know, I know the judges love to see. They want to see people get blasted off of that Centurion wave. Now, JRob, you traditionally being a surf-style rider, you know, you watch these guys in the semi-pro division. And, one, it's got to be super cool and inspiring for you to watch these guys trying to make their transition up to pro. But, dude, it's also got to be a little scary watching how good the semi-pro riders are getting.
Yeah, there's some serious progression in the semi-pro division, especially with guys like Brody. I mean, you don't see people throwing Supermans in pro every day, and he's out here doing it in semi-pro. And then he just punts huge airs like that. It's so cool to watch.
Yeah, that mute grab right into the double grab. This kid loves to grab the rail of his board.
Oh, yeah.
Big bottom turn right into that huge slash. And then a nose grab. Dude, he is mixing it up, giving the judges some variety.
Oh, going for a back big. Just missed it. Looked pretty close on that one, though.
Yeah, man. Brody Crosby putting all the amplitude out there for the judges to see. You'll absolutely love it. And he is setting the bar high for the rest of the riders here in semi-pro men's surf. So JRob, here on the World Series of Wake Surfing, obviously athletes traveling from all over the country to go to so many of these stops. Which stops have you already been to, and which stops are you planning to go to this summer?
My first stop of the year was in Texas. This is my second stop of the year. And then I'm planning to make my third and fourth stops both in Tennessee at the Johnson City contest, which is put on by my dealership, CBK Watersports. And then I'm also planning to stop by the Chattawake competition in August.
Yeah, man. I mean, those contests being almost in your backyard, it's you're gonna have a little home court advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely great. You know, I'm within driving distance from my boat, so I can go take sets whenever I want. It's very helpful to stay warmed up at these competitions, no doubt.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're gonna be hit up a little bit for other people coming to ride with you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
But right now we got Alex Hudkins out of Springfield, Missouri, doing it out there on Table Rock Lake. And, man, if he's riding Table Rock, you know he's spending some time with Joey Harris, getting that amplitude dialed in. And, man, so many of these surf-style riders focusing on the air time that they're getting. You know, I just love how the sport has continued to evolve, and these riders going as big as they can off that Centurion lip.
It's what the Centurions are made for. It's super easy to go big on that wave.
Yeah. Well, you saw that air reverse right there for Alex Hudkins. Losing a little bit of the push, but that's all right. We're going to get him reconnected here in just a bit. Now, JRob, you being from Tennessee, and I know a lot of the people have been excited about the Tennessee comps. So tell us what we can expect water-wise, crowd-wise, weather-wise. You know, coming into Tennessee next month, it's right around the corner. So what's getting you excited about those Tennessee events?
You know, so on my lake in Tennessee, it's, you know, you can go find glass to ride on every day. And that's probably my favorite part about riding in Tennessee. And at the comps in Tennessee, it'll be just the same even though they're not on my lake. You'll have plenty of glass to ride on every day you're out there. There won't be as much boat traffic. It'll be, you know, the weather will be hot. Hopefully the rain stays away. We've been having quite a bit of rain, but it seems like it's kind of coming to an end. So hopefully we'll get perfect weather and glass to ride on out there.
Yeah, so the lakes are full, ready to get shredded. Love to hear it. It looks like we're going to get reset with Alex Hudkins here in just a bit. Now, JRob, you know, it sounds like, you know, my wife went to law school, so I know what goes into it, right? You don't get into law school by spending all your time surfing, okay?
That's certainly true.
How have you been balancing your college, you know, education and getting out on the water, spending time behind your Centurion?
Yeah, so I mean, when I'm in school, I just I try to set up my classes where I have breaks every other day or so, and whenever I'm not in class, I try to get home and get out on the boat as much as possible. And during the summer, I'm actually working on a law school class right now. I've just been trying to work on my class during the day, and then whenever the afternoon comes and it glasses off, we go out there and we get our riding in. So, you know, it really is kind of like a 50-50 balance. You just, when you're not riding, you got to do your work, and when you are, when you're working, you got to work.
Yeah, that's true. No matter where you are, do it as hard as you can, whether it's at school or on the water. And right now on the water, we got Alex Hudkins coming in for his second pass. JRob, why don't you walk us through what's going on?
Yeah, he's throwing some big airs there. He had an air mute and then a air with the truck driver grab, and he threw a nice snap to combo that one up. Looks like he's coming in for that reverse again. He's just getting stuck on top of the wave. I think if he gets another fall here, I think he's stomping that one for sure.
Yeah, it looks like just not able to get out of it, landing a little too high on the wave, getting pushed back. So we're going to see if he can get one last chance at that air reverse. Now, JRob, you know, I know that we've seen the sport continue to evolve. It seems like each and every year the surf style and the skim style are getting further apart. And, man, I know that you've been in the game for quite a while. What's got you really excited about surf style contests right now?
You know, we've been talking about amplitude since I sat down. That's really the thing that gets me excited. I like seeing people go big and riding above the lip. You know, rotation's good, but I'm not as big of a fan as seeing somebody rotate around a bunch. I would rather see somebody just go as big as possible all the time.
Yeah, amen to that. There's that air reverse. He took down the trick that had taken him down, and now Alex feeling more confident. There's that.
Oh, man.
Trying to
Almost
go
laid down
back
that big
big.
spin.
Man, You know, it's so difficult to get the release on those fins to do those big skate style and skim style tricks. You got to respect it when guys are doing those big spins and 3 shoves on surf style boards. It's just insane.
No doubt. It's really impressive, especially when people are riding, you know, big 4.5 inch fins. Those things aren't easy to release no matter who you are.
Yeah.
So you really got to work at it to get the rotations you want.
Yeah, you got to be powerful with the just perfect mix of finesse as well.
Yep.
Well, JRob, today we're riding that RI 230. So when you're down on the dock and you're telling the driver, the judges, what your settings are for riding behind that 230, how are you going to set yourself up for the contest?
Yeah, so you know, I like to ride 11.2, and I keep the center tab anywhere between 20 and 0. I like that wave big. When you've got that wave set up real big, it just helps you get amplitude even easier.
Yeah, tons of snap. And, man, you're always running full ballast?
Yeah, I keep everything full for the most part. If there's, you know, if I'm alone in the boat or I just have my dad pulling me, sometimes we let a little water out of the front. But most of the time we keep the boat completely full because that's how they run it at the contest. So
absolutely,
you should run it at home.
Practice like you play. And right now, playing on the water, we got Cole Reed out there getting dizzy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's a fun rider to watch all the time. Doing that reverse right there, getting right back into it. Front side, alley-oop. Oh, no. And just coming unglued right there. Slipping out a little bit, but hey, that's okay. We're going to get Cole picked back up to hopefully finish that first pass. Now, JRob, I know that you're not a judge during this division because here you are sitting with me.
Yep.
But, man, if you were to be a judge in there right now, what are some of the elements that you're looking for? You just said the big air. Like, man, whoever's going the biggest, they're getting some extra tick marks from you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are the other things are you looking for?
You know, execution's a big thing for me whenever I used to judge. You know, if you come down the wave and you're flailing your arms everywhere, if your chest is dropping and your head's in the water after a trick, that's something that a lot of judges will dock for because it just doesn't look as cleanly executed as somebody who's landing bolts on every trick.
Yeah, keeping the cool, calm composure while putting in the big risk maneuvers. That's a difficult balance to make
nice
look
combo
good.
There from Cole.
Yeah, Cole, he's doing it right now. There's that front side 360.
Oh, yeah.
Spinning both directions. Another important thing that the judges are looking for. There's a 720 right there.
Laying down some good combos here.
Yeah, showing
Nice
the
air
judges
180.
he can go either way with either foot forward. And Cole putting it together. That's going to end out that first pass. Okay, so we've seen pass number 1. JRob, what's some of your takeaways, some of your critiques? What do you look at from Cole's run so far?
So Cole's run was really solid so far. He's rotating both directions. He's demonstrating some good amplitude and some good control. Some of the things I really like to see, you know, getting technical really helps, doing those shove-it tricks, doing some of those, you know, I know I just said I don't love rotation, but doing some sort of shove-it, whether it's a big spin or a 3-shove or even just a shove in, demonstrates that you have that technical ability even on a board with big fins and a lot of volume.
Yeah. Well, speaking of boards, what board are you rocking behind the boat these days?
I ride a fully custom Blue Surf. I've been riding on the Blue Surf team for, a long time now, really, since I started surfing. The first ever board I rode in a contest was a Blue Surf, and I've been on a Blue Surf ever since.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean this in the most polite way possible. You're a big dude. You're not small.
Yeah.
What size board are you rocking?
I ride a 4.6. I've got a good bit of volume in it to help me keep my speed and help me get up above the lip. But that volume helps whenever you come down. It gives you a lot of forgiveness whenever you're stomping big tricks.
Yeah, well, we all need a lot of forgiveness in all areas. Ain't that right, JRob?
Oh, yeah.
Well, right now, we got Cole Reed out there on the water. Oh, man. Just losing the push on that front side 3. Got a little high on the lip. And unfortunately, just couldn't quite dip back down in the pocket. but so far he has definitely put in a solid run. Hey, at this time we do need our semi-pro women's skim down to the dock and pro women's skim. Start grabbing your things and getting ready because you pro ladies are going to be on deck. Semi-pro women, that's Lisa Acierno and Jillian Albright. And pro women, that's Kayn Helm, Evie Shropshire, Ashley Inlows, Emma Galusha, and Ava Stewart. Start grabbing your things and getting ready because you girls are coming up here in just a bit.
Looks like we got Cole popping up in his heel side stance here.
Yeah, he still wants to get some more tricks, and he's bouncing around. Oh, no.
Oh, that's a bummer.
You know, I haven't been on the water today, JRob. I assume you haven't either. You look rather dry.
Yeah, I haven't made it out there today, unfortunately. Waiting my turn.
Yeah, but hey, it looks like we've had some pretty good conditions. Maybe up until the last couple divisions, there's been a handful of rollers that have come through. But, man, when you're on a public lake like this, it's deal with whatever conditions you've been given.
Yeah. You got to go out there and make the best of it. If you watch an ocean surfing contest, those guys go out there. When they get the call, it doesn't matter what the conditions are, they go. You don't have an option after you get called. So you got to go out there and make the best of what you got. And, sometimes you can call rollers and you can get a restart, but a lot of times for me personally, that really takes away from the flow of my run sometimes. So sometimes it's better to power through it and maybe ask for an extra trick after the buoy or something like that. But there's a lot of it depends whenever the conditions get bad. So you got to pay attention to what's going on in the water around you for sure.
Yeah, well, looks like that's going to do it for Cole Reed. And we're about to get started with our semi-pro women skim. No, sorry. Yeah, semi-pro women skim. We got Lisa Acierno out of Phoenix, Arizona, doing it out there on Lake Pleasant. She's been spending time riding, hanging out with one of my good buddies, Nicole Hudson, and her crew. We're going to get Lisa on the water. Okay, so JRob, I know you being a surf style rider, you're pretty locked into that world. How do you feel about calling skim tricks?
I'm not very well versed in calling skim tricks. A couple of times I've been out there to either scribe or just shadow judge for the pro male skim division, and some of that stuff just goes way over my head, especially when they start doing the Gumby shoves and Canadian shoves and stuff like that. It's tough to figure out what's going on if you're not used to seeing it.
Yeah, man, it happens quick in the blink of an eye. And right now, Lisa Acierno, she's getting things going with that slow rotation right there on that backside 360. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for her, only her first fall. So we're going to get her back up, back at it here in just a bit. Let her finish off pass number one. Yeah, JRob, like you were saying, with the pro men, pro women, man, once they start getting into that flow state and they start knocking out tricks, hammer after hammer after hammer, you almost go cross-eyed out there.
It's insane. The men and the women in the pro division, and even in the semi-pro division, there's some intense tricks, and there's a lot of rotation that you see out there, and there's a lot of combos in the skim division, more so than surf. And so when you're seeing stuff like that and they're comboing 3 and 4 tricks together, sometimes it's easy to lose track of what's going on.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Well, right there, Lisa trying to get that shove underneath her, unfortunately going down, and looks like that is going to do it for that first pass. We're going to let her get down to the end, let her reset, and then come back for pass number 2. Okay, so JRob, we've talked about your setup with today's contest, but you said normally you're not riding behind that RI 230. Back home, you've got the RI 245. That's a big boat.
It is. It's a really big boat.
Yeah, so are you still rocking the tabs at the same, between around the 20?
Yeah. So at home, I ride around 20 normally. If we're about out of gas or whatever, I may drop the tab down some more. But I feel like at 20, you get the amazing drive from the Centurion Boats wave that the company's famous for and that everybody knows it for. But you also get a calm enough face on the wave for when you're coming down on big tricks. It's not so harsh that you're dunking the nose or catching a rail or falling every time on a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, one of the questions that I love asking the Centurion athletes, we've said it time and time again, so many people, when they get into wake surfing, man, the trick that they want to learn, they all want to get that 360, man. We just want to dial it in. So from your perspective, if you were to give your best piece of advice, what's the one thing that you think makes a difference from someone landing that 360 and getting it consistent?
So the biggest thing about consistency on a 360 in my eyes would be, a lot of people try to rotate that trick around really fast and they really try to knock it out. But if you just slow down and take a deep breath on that trick, a lot of times it'll come around a lot easier than you would think. Yeah,
it's not about getting it done as quick as possible. It's about getting it done correctly, and so many times that happens doing it nice and slow. And you see a frontside 360 from Lisa Acierno, again, doing it super slow, taking her time on that rotation, not freaking out.
Oh, and there's that shove in.
Yeah, she got that shove that she was looking for. Nicely done.
Looking locked in on the second pass. There's the shove out. Oh, it just goes down on it.
Yeah, had it under her feet, and unfortunately just coming unglued. We're going to see if she gets one more pickup. Does look like the boat's turning around to snag her, so she's going to have one more opportunity. Okay, so the 360, take it nice and slow, go easy with it. Now, I assume as you are entering into the next phase of life, going into law school, that you're probably not majoring in surf coaching.
No, I'm not, unfortunately.
And you're not getting a law degree to do surf coaching.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you never know. Yeah, could be. Well, what does the future have for you, JRob? What are you looking at getting into?
So my dad works at the Terry law firm. We have a family firm in my hometown. And hopefully one day whenever I get out of law school, I can follow in the family footsteps and secure a job at the firm.
Yeah, awesome. I love it.
Definitely want to keep surfing, though. I don't know if I'll ever be able to give this up.
Dude, you could have billboards on the side of the highway that say, JRob Law, the surf lawyer.
Oh, yeah. That would be pretty cool.
Who wouldn't want legal advice from a wake surfer?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I can't think of anybody, honestly.
Same here.
I don't have many friends, but all the people that I do know are right here. So they would all want legal advice from a surfer.
Oh, yeah.
Well, your next rider on the water, this is going to be Jillian Albright from right here in Minnesota, doing it out there on Prior Lake. Jillian hoping to utilize some of her home court advantage. That locals only mindset. But you know what? In wake surfing, man, there's no locals only. It's the whole crew doing it together. So speaking of the crew, JRob, what crew are you riding with? Who do you want to give some shout outs to?
Yeah, I want to get a shout out to my sponsors, Blue Surf Wake and Centurion Boats, and then also just all of the other pros and all the other semi-pro guys that I ride with. I get a lot of inspiration from watching other people ride and a lot of ideas for tricks that I want to try. So just shout out to everybody that's out here, trying to progress the sport. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, well, you can see the progression on the water happening right in front of our eyes. A couple of shoves. Oh, there's man. The 3 shove from Jillian Albright,
Looks
Minnesota native,
close.
Trying to make it happen. Unfortunately, going down. But like you said, super close. And you can tell that's a trick that she's got in her back pocket, just slipping out during a contest. Sometimes it's those contest nerves can get the best of you.
They're real. They're very real.
Yeah.
you know, a lot of times whenever I get done with a set at home and I'm working on my contest run, I'll get in the boat and, you know, my heart rate will be normal. I won't be super tired, but I can go out here and do one comp run, and when I get back on shore, I can hardly breathe because my heart's beating so fast. So, you know, you really can tell people are leaving it all out there at the contest.
Yeah, we're going to hope that Jillian Albright can leave it all out there without getting too winded, obviously. We want her to have a good time. We're linked back up. The throttle goes down. Jillian gets up. And we're going to see if she can finish off this first pass. Big slash at the wave from Jillian.
Spinning that 360 out in the flats, getting some variety in her run.
Yeah, she's getting set in that pocket. There's that three
There
shove,
it is,
stomping.
it.
Yeah, took down the trick that took her down. You love to see it. A little bit of redemption there.
Oh yeah, that always feels good whenever you hit one that you fell on just previously.
Yeah, there's that body varial at the end of pass number 1. Jillian Albright putting it together and having a good recovery after that first fall. You know, JRob, I feel like in a contest mindset especially, man, you have the run that you want to do, right? You go out there, you know, whether it's a planned out series of tricks or you just have that plan to be in the flow. That's plan A. But man, like you said, plan A doesn't always happen. Sometimes you have that fall early in your run and all of a sudden you got to change and adapt. What is it like for you to get out there and have to adapt on the fly, whether it's a fall or rollers in the course? How do you plan out for not having the plan go the way you want?
So really the biggest thing that helps me think about stuff like that is just knowing the tricks that I'm consistent on and knowing that, you know, no matter how my run goes, I can lay those tricks down. And, you know, I know that pretty much without a shadow of a doubt I'm going to lay those down, whether they're in order or out of order, or, you know, every trick I fall on and then get back up and land it. So you really just got to keep on keeping on while you're out there and take a deep breath, because you can't stand the whole course if you want to win. You've got to throw some stuff out there, and you may fall on it, but you can't stand still if you're going to take it home.
Yeah. Well, where I'm from in Texas, we say you got to risk it if you want the brisket, man.
Heard that.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
I love some brisket. Brisket's good stuff.
Yeah. I could use some right now.
Oh yeah.
We're going to get Jillian Albright back up to finish this second pass. And we do need all pro women down to the dock. Kayn Helm, Evie Shropshire, Ashley Inlows, Emma Galusha, and Ava Stewart. Head on down to the dock. Get ready to rock. You pro women are coming up next. Well, Jillian tossing in that rope, getting ready to rock. There's the shove.
Flats. Clean one.
Yeah, and a shove to boot right there. Now switching around into her switch backside stance. JRob, what she's got for us?
We may see a switch big right here. Oh, maybe not. That's unfortunate going down on your trick like that. I imagine that was probably one of her bangers. I'm sure she wanted that one really bad.
Yeah, that didn't happen the way she wanted it to. You could tell that she was setting up for something, and just whether it was a change of heart or just a hesitation that she was looking at something in the course. Unfortunately, sometimes that happens, and looks like that is going to do it for her. That's going to do it for all of the semi-pro women's skim. And coming up next, we've got pro women's skim taken to the water. Well, JRob, I know that you got a lot to do today. You got stuff to prep for. So before you go, who would you like to thank, and what would you like people to know about the Tennessee contest before we get there, huh?
Yeah, thank you to CBK Watersports and Centurion Boats for making the contest in Tennessee happen. It's definitely going to be a great time out there. You know, thank you to everybody that comes and helps set up. Thank you to Operation Wake Surf for bringing the boat out and putting on the event before the contest. And Special thank you to Blue Surf Wake for giving me a board to ride on in the contest because you
That
can't
helps.
surf without a board.
That helps a lot. I'll tell you that right now. Well, JRob, thanks so much for being here with me. I'll let you get to it. Do some stretching. Do some mental preparation for your run coming up here in just a bit. But it's awesome having you in the booth.
You bet. Thank you. It was a great time. You may have to help me on some of those tricks.
All right. Well, your first rider here in the Pro Women's Skim, this is Kayn Helm. And Helm getting things started with a series of shoves. There's that backside 180. Reverting back around and pumping from way back. Saving it well. Nicely done. There's the front side 180 to get back to her switch backside stance. And a body varial to get back into her dominant stance. There's that backside big spin. Reverting out of it. Getting back on her toes. Oh no! Just digging the nose and going OTF out the front. Well, Kayn Helm out of Blue Lake, Ohio. And making her rookie debut out here in the pro ranks. Her first year stepping it up into the pro division. You love to see it. This young lady, definitely talented. And we're going to see what she can put together right here for us. Dropping that rope quick and getting right after it down there in the flat water. Nice job. There's the Gumby down in the flats. And then front shove off of her backside stance. Unfortunately, just slipping out. And looks like that might do it for pass number one. But a great job so far from our first rider in Pro Women's Skim, Kayn Helm. All right, Kayn Helm back up, back at it. Coming out of OHIO. That's Ohio, baby. And we're swiveling around and getting into that backside stance. There's the switch front big spin. Getting back into her dominant stance. Big alley-oop. Trying to finish that rotation. Nice job fighting her way back into the pocket. And then frontside body varial to get into that backside stance. There's the frontside 3, taking it all the way to 5. And then frontside shove. There's the 3 shove down in the flat water. Nicely done. Absolutely perfect. And then the 540 big spin, landing it clean. Absolutely bolts. trying to go 5 shove. Unfortunately going down, but give it up for her as she's throwing down for you. Make some noise for Kayn Helm. Well, Kayn definitely setting the bar high for the rest of the riders here to follow. She's the first of 5 females getting ready to take center stage here in the Pro Women's Skim division. Well, your next rider on the water coming out of Rome, Georgia, and riding out there on Lake Allatoona, spending some time with her brother Whit and her good buddy and Centurion Boats team rider Whitley Stewart. Your next rider on the water, this is Evie Shropshire. All right, well, Evie tossing in that rope. There's a back shove and another one to get that board back to regular. Oh, trying to go 3 shove and just slipping a foot off. Not able to stay connected, but definitely a trick she's got under her belt. Just a fluke fall for Evie, so we're going to let her get back up, get back after it. Well, Evie Shropshire, a past amateur world champion, now up in the pro ranks and looking to make some waves here. There's that 3 shove, locking it down. Nicely done. Continuing on through pass number 1. A shove to get the board back to her dominant stance. Shove in, shove out, half and half right there. Fancy footwork from Evie. Oh, trying to go 540 big, and unfortunately going down right there at the end of that first pass. We're going to let her get wet and reset. Take some time to clear her mind. And then we're going to bring her on through for pass number 2. Well, we do want to give a huge shout out and thank you to the crew at Faction Marine. Jason and his crew at Faction have been doing it up here in Alexandria, Minnesota for more than a minute. pretty much bringing the sport of wake surfing to Minnesota way back in the day. So for all your wake, lake, and water sport needs, be sure to check out Faction Marine, your local Centurion and Supreme boat dealer. Evie Shropshire back up, back at it, putting in a series of shoves, swivels, 180s, and there's that switch front big to get back to regular. Once again, getting onto her heels. And there's the front shove from her backside. Back shove from her front side, keeping you guessing. There's the 3 shove down in the flats. Oh man, and trying for that 540 big spin, unfortunately going down. Looks like all of that happening right there at the end of the course. We're going to see if she's got enough room to get back and try a couple tricks. It's going to be close. But, you know, with the launch tabs and the stinger plate on the Centurion boats, as soon as the throttle goes down, those boats able to get up on plane, giving the riders as much time as possible out there on the water, not having to wait for the wave to form. We're going to see if Evie can get up and get a trick or two in before the end of the course. All right, she's getting right after it. Oh, man, just had to rush it, not able to ride away. That's going to do it for Evie Shropshire, your second rider here in the Pro Women's Skim Division. Well, next on the water, coming out of Orlando, Florida, and doing it out there on the Butler chain, your next rider on the water. Definitely one of the most graceful girls out there. We've got Ashley Inlows coming at you. And we're going to see if Ashley can do some water dancing here in these 2 passes of her round 1 run. Here we go. Ashley getting ready to enter into the course. And there's that front side big spin. Body varial back to regular. There's the backside big into the switch front big combo. And front side 3 shove. Ashley Inlows, such a technical rider, putting some difficult tricks in such quick succession. We're going to get Ashley back up, back at it. There's that switch Gumby. Ashley getting right back in. There's that, oh man, trying to go with that front side 3 shove. Unfortunately, still not able to put it down. That's going to do it for her first pass. We're going to motor her down to the end of the course and get ready, get set for pass number 2. Hey, at this time, we do need our open men's foil. Open men's foil. Start making your way down to the dock. That's Alex Hudkins and Chad Carlson. Alex and Chad, make your way down towards the dock with your foils. All right, well, the rope pulls tight. And we're about to get Ashley Inlows back up and headed back this direction. Whoa, going with that switch bigger spin. Nicely done. Going alley-oop, back 1, completing the rotation on that full 3. Backside big spin. There's the 3 shove, doing it front side. Slow rotation. There's the front shove from her switch stance. And there's the Hail Mary. The 360 body varial. Whoa. 360 with the body varial. I believe that's the Canadian shove, and then continuing on through. Ashley Inlows putting some bangers down at the end of the course. And just like that, we've got 2 riders left in the Pro Women's Skim division. Once again, we do need open men foil. Open men foil. Start making your way down to the dock. All right. Your next rider on the water right here, right now. This is Emma Galusha. Emma getting after it with that alley-oop, backside 180. There's the 3 shove, locking it right back in, right into a little pop ollie on that front side 180. There's the front side shove from her switch stance. There's the switch front big spin to get back to her dominant stance. There's a backside shove and a combo of them to get the board back around. Backside big spin from Emma, continuing on down. Nicely done. There's the Gumby, and then trying to go body varial back to regular. Unfortunately going down, but man, Emma Galusha pulling out all the stops in pass number 1. Awesome stuff so far. Can she keep it going, keep it flowing? She is our second to last rider here in Pro Women's Skim. After that, we got Open Men Foil, followed by Pro Men Surf. Well, Emma Galusha already had an absolutely stellar first pass. We're going to see if she can keep it going, keep it flowing into pass number 2. Oh, man, wanted that 5 shove right out of the gate. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for her, only her first fall in this pass. We're going to get her back up and back at it. Once again, Alex Hudkins and Chad Carlson, head on down to the dock with your foils. All right, Emma Galusha going body varial to get back onto her toes. Deep down in the pocket with that big bottom turn right into the switch front big. Now riding on her heels. Oh, going bigger spin right there. Back around. She's happy with that. So many big tricks. Hey, let's get loud, get proud, make some noise for Emma Galusha throwing down out there. Awesome job. Your second to last rider here in the Pro Women's Skim. We've got one last rider here in Pro Women's Skim. All right, your last rider in Pro Women's Skim. Doing it for Centurion Boats. And doing it for the great state of Minnesota. Last off the dock, but first in your hearts. Right here, right now, this is Ava Stewart. All right, Ava Stewart on the water. Carving it up, feeling it out, making sure everything is to her liking. There's the 3 shove to get things going. Backside big spin, reverting back around. And now getting onto her switch heels. There's the body varial back to normal. And a backside body varial to change it up once again. Now riding that board in the opposite direction. There's the Gumby. Whoa. Nicely done with that Canadian shove it. Oh, trying to go switch front big back to normal. Unfortunately, going down there at the end of pass number 1. But so far, Ava Stewart putting on a clinic out there. We're looking good. She is our last rider, and we're about to turn her around and bring her back down for pass number 2. Hey, at this time, we need Cole Reed to registration, please. Cole Reed, head on down to registration, please, and thank you. All right, well, Ava Stewart, she's got 1 pass down, 1 pass left to go. She's already got a ton of tricks under her belt. We're going to see if she can keep it going, keep it flowing. No stranger to riding behind Centurion Boats. Tossing in that rope. And Ava going right to work. Big shove it way above the lip. There's the front shove to get out. And big alley-oop way up on top of the wave, coming right back down, swiveling her board around into that switch backside stance. There's the front shove. She is lacing it up, locking it in. There's a switch front big to get back to normal. And then the regular front big. Call her butter because she's on a roll. Coming back this direction, shove back to normal. She's got 1, maybe 2 more big tricks. There's the backside 5 big spin. Oh, man, trying to link it up right there at the end of the course. That's going to do it for her. Make some noise for Ava Stewart and the rest of your pro women's skim.
eyes.
You have juice box right there?
We can plug you here. Wait, I'll just
Let's see how this goes.
Bacon in a box with 3 sides.
No. Okay, this is gonna hum for a while. This is gonna go sit aside at the. No, you're good. Yes, family, please.
All right, all right, all right. Well, we are back in the action, and now we are doing some futuristic foiling out there. Now, if you are unfamiliar with the wake foil, let me break it down for you. So, while yes, it looks like the athlete who featured here is Alex Hudkins, it appears that he is riding a board, but he's not. Okay, that board is actually attached to a mast that is attached to an airplane wing under the water. You can see it right there as he launches out. Very impressive, by the way. But that airplane wing helping him to fly the board above the surface of the water, completely frictionless, not having to worry about any boat chop whatsoever. There's that rocket air, that truck driver grab. Alex Hudkins foiling his way down, trying to go for that backside air 3. Let me tell you, that's some difficult maneuvers. Alex Hudkins trying to make it look easy and unfortunately just taking a dip. But hey, if you haven't tried foiling, let me tell you, you are missing out on some good, serious fun. And if you want to learn more about foiling, you need to go talk to the crew at Faction Marine because they have got all your water sports needs right there in the pro shop. All right, Alex Hudkins back up, back at it. Looks like getting down to the end of the course, just carving around, having a good time. We're going to turn him back around, bring him back down for pass number 2 right here, right now. At this time, we do need Pro Men's Surf Heat number 1. Start making your way down to the dock. Pro Men's Surf Heat number 1. Afton Bank, Trip Allen, Tyler Stewart, and Kobe Matthews. Start making your way down to the dock. Thanks. Alex Hudkins carving it up on that foil. Big frontside air, reaching down, grabbing mute. Oh, man. And just getting bucked right there off of that foil bucking Bronco. We're going to get Alex back up to finish off this first pass. Actually, he's coming in for his second pass. This is the beginning of pass number 2. Flying his way down. All right, here he comes. Surfing his way, flying above the water. Alex Hudkins now going rogue, leaving that first wave, pumping behind him, and going to get on one of the rollers behind the boat, see how far back he can get as he continues on down the lake. That's one of the greatest things about the foil, providing the freedom for you to ride any roller that comes by. When you're on that airplane wing, flying it above the surface of the water, you don't need hardly any push at all. Even just a little tiny roller can continue to propel you down the lake. And that's exactly what Alex Hudkins was doing. He's our first rider in the open min foil. And coming up next, we got Chad Carlson. Once again, at this time, we do need Pro Min Surf Heat number 1. Pro Min Surf Heat number 1 down to the dock. That is Afton, Trip, Tyler, and Kobe. Down to the dock. All right, next up, we've got Chad Carlson now foiling his way down the lake. Again, you can see him hovering over the surface of the waters, getting way up on top before diving way down there, putting in a huge bottom turn and a slash. Again, the foil allowing the riders freedom to move on all parts of that wave. Totally frictionless.
If I take this off of my dad forever, I should take this off over here. Hey, Freddy.
Hey, Freddy.
Let's have to pick. I can't go farther than this, Freddy. Thanks, Freddy. Very pretty.
Well, Chad Carlson doing a great job in pass number 1. We're going to get him continuing on in pass number 2.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
After this foil division, we've got Pro Min Surf coming at you, followed by Open Min Foil Strapped division. Right now, we're in the unstrapped. These guys have nothing attaching their feet to that board. Totally free. Then we're going to get into Pro Women Surf, followed by Pro Men Skim to end the day. Oh, big Madonna right there. Chad Carlson going down right there at the beginning of pass number 2. We're going to get him linked back up to hopefully finish his way down that second pass. Hey, we do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, our friends at Wakewell are kicking off the day the positive way with Saturday morning scriptures. They're going to have free coffee, they're going to have free donuts, and they're going to share a quick message about a God who's crazy about you. That's going to be 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we would love for you to be there. Come join the Wakewell crew for Saturday morning scriptures tomorrow morning before the contest starts. And we're getting Chad Carlson back up, back at it. Flying that foil high above the waters of Lake Lehamdu. And Chad surfing it up way back there on the wave. Big indie air right there. Reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board, putting the indie grab on it for extra style, extra sauce. And then nose grab, kicking off the front foot for that Madonna. Unfortunately going down, just losing the push. But hey, that's okay. Looks like he might get one last pickup. All right, his last chance to impress the judges. Chad roller, the wave directly behind the boat. And there he goes, popping back into the screen on the next roller back, now crossing across the wave. Complete freedom on that frictionless foil. Chad Carlson having a blast out there and surfing that wave all the way back to the shore. That's going to do it for our open men's unstrapped foil. Up in just a bit, we're going to have our pro men's surf take center stage. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break here at day number 1 of Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, brought to you by Centurion Boats and Faction Marine. I'm Mark on the mic. We'll be right back with more wake surf action.
Food for the soul. From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. so that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
All right, well, we are getting right into it. And we got Pro Men Surf on the water. Heat number 1 kicking us off with Afton Bank. Coming out of Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota. Just right down the road. And when I say right down the road, I mean a solid 2.5 hour drive. But Minnesota nonetheless. Afton Bank holding it down for the Minnesota crew. At this time, we do need Pro Men Surf Heat number 2 down to the dock. JRob Terry, Sam Goncalves, Chad Carlson, Turner Gabers, and Tommy Darnell. Right now, Afton, oh no, trying to go big shove above the lip, and unfortunately going down. Looks like that's going to do it for his first pass. Again, we do need heat number 2. Start making your way down. Heat number 2, start making your way down to the dock for check-in. That's JRob, Sam, Chad, Turner, and Tommy. Thanks.
I just know the gun salt.
All right. Afton Bank back at it. Backside body barrel. Get things going. In pass number 2, swiveling around with that switch shove. And then big shove to shove combo. Backside big spin. Nicely done. And then body barrel back to his normal stance. Minnesota local trying to flex some hometown powers right there. Going 3 shove there towards the end of the course. Awesome job as Afton Bank kicking us off here in this Pro Men Surf division. All right, Afton Bank back up, back at it. Oh no, trying to go for that 3 shove. So difficult to do on the surf style boards. And looks like that's gonna do it for pass number 2. At this time, we need Kobe Matthews down to the start dock. Kobe Matthews down to the start dock. Please and thank you. All right, coming up next, we've got Trip Allen coming out of Dandridge, Tennessee. And Trip, this dude can shred for sure. Big alley-oop back three. And then pushing that shove around as he goes backside big spin, utilizing the grab. Unfortunately, it couldn't quite stay in the push. That's all right. We're going to get him back up, back at it. And here we go, Trip Allen. Looking for a little bit of redemption after that early fall. Big pump. There's the, three shove, just getting tripped up. We're going to hope he can get wet and reset. Take some time to clear his mind and come back firing on all cylinders as we get him re-linked up for pass number 2. All right, Trip Allen looking for a little bit of redemption here on pass number 2.
Just making sure that everybody knows after Trip that Jake is a scratch. So after we will have Tyler Stewart.
Oh no. Going body varial right there, that 360 body varial. AKA the Hail Mary. Trip Allen having a little bit of trouble out there, but you know, your luck can change in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden you find a rhythm and you start hitting tricks left and right. We're going to hope that that's the case for Trip. Oh, man. Just not his day. That's a heartbreaker for Trip. Well, your next rider on the water. Originally up here from Minnesota. But this kid traveling all over. Well, right here, right now, a two-time world champion. We got Tyler Stewart on the water. There's that alley-oop, backside 180 to get things started. Big carve, shove it, shove out, that half and half. One backside, one front side. Big air reverse, landing switch, continuing the rotation. There's a backside body varial. And then getting back around with a series of 180s and shove-its to get back into his dominant stance. There's the 3 shove, absolutely bolts right there from Tyler. And then big front shove above the lip, shove back to normal. Tyler Stewart on cruise control right now. There's a backside big spin. And then the switch Hail Mary, staying with it, body varial back to normal. And kids, I want you to get your notebooks out because Tyler Stewart just took you to school. That was how to put together a stand-up first pass 101. All right, Tyler Stewart back up, back at it. We just saw a near flawless first pass. And now looking to have a repeat performance for pass 2. Starting off with that big reverse and then shove out of it. Little backboard shove out. There's front shove above the lip. Whoa, 3 shove from his board switch stance. Back up, back in. Big Madonna right there, kicking that foot off. Alley-oop back 3, completing the rotation in the air. Oh man, trying to go regular front side big spin. Unfortunately, just getting tripped up, but hey, fortunately for him, only his first fall. And we're going to see what Tyler Stewart has got left in the tank. He is putting it all out there. But I'll tell you right now, he has still got some tricks to give. Front side 3 shove off of his front side stance. Let me tell you, that ain't easy. But Tyler Stewart putting it together, laying it down, doing it just in the nick of time. You love to see it. And that's going to do it for Tyler Stewart. Awesome job. We've got one last rider here in heat number 1. That's going to be Kobe Matthews. At this time, all of heat number 2 should be down at the dock. That's JRob, Sam, Chad, Turner, and Tommy down at the dock. Please and thank you. Well, right here, right now, on the water, this is Kobe Matthews. Kobe, a very technical rider and loves to boost some big airs. Doing it backside right here and spinning that front side 360 all the way around. There's a body varial back to his dominant stance. Big alley-oop, backside 180. There's the air reverse, reverting out of it with that full rotation. 3 shove, catching it so high and dropping right back into the pocket. There's the 3 shove in the flats, and unfortunately going down. But Kobe Matthews putting together some big tricks in pass number 1. We're going to drop him down, turn him around, and bring him back through for pass number 2. All right, back up, back at it. Kobe Matthews. Going half and half, shove in, shove out, but doing it on a surf style board, that's not easy. And then a big snappy front side air. Ollie front 1, completing the full front 3. There's the backside big spin, locking it in for Kobe. Ollie 180, shove out. There's the shove, and now getting into his backside stance. Oh no, just going down right there at the end of the course. Looks like that might do it for Kobe Matthews. He might get picked up for one more trick. We're going to see how it all plays out. Nevertheless, we're about to get into heat number 2 of the Pro Men's Surf. Well, he's got one last shot to impress the judges. Kobe Matthews looking for the last minute trick right here at the end of the course. Oh, trying to go big front shove. Unfortunately, catching a little bit of breeze and not able to ride away. That's going to do it for heat number 1. We'll be right back with heat number 2. Finley, the JRob Terry, getting ready to set the tone for heat number 2 here in the Pro Men Surf Division. JRob, very familiar with Centurion's wakes. He rides it all summer long, doing it behind his RI 245. And he's about to go shred the RI 230. All right, JRob on the water, Team Centurion athlete. And you heard it from his own mouth. This is the dude that loves to go big. Starting out with that big alley-oop back one, then poking the nose of the board up and over, snapping that front side air way above the lip. Oh, and then trying to go double grab into that shove. Unfortunately going down, but hey, that's all right. Only his first fall, so we're going to get JRob back up, back at it to hopefully finish off pass number 1. Hey, at this time we do need open men foil strapped division. Open men foil strapped. That's Alex Hudkins, Chad Carlson, and Tyler Stewart. Start grabbing your foils, making your way down to the dock. Well, JRob back up and a big bottom turn into that frontside slash. There's the backside big spin way above the lip. And then body varial back to his dominant stance. Pumping hard. Oh, trying to go one more time for that double grab shove. Unfortunately going down, but that's all right. We're going to reset him at the beginning of pass number 2. Once again, we do need strapped foil. Strapped foil. Make your way down to the dock. All right, JRob back up, back at it. Getting everything set for pass number 2. Big alley-oop backside 360, completing the full rotation way up there. And a big mute grab. Oh, no. Trying to save it. Unfortunately, JRob not able to stay with that wave. Just getting a little too far away from it. All right. His last chance to impress the judges. We got JRob Terry back up. Big mute grab. Nicely done. Good recovery. Stomping the trick that he went down on beforehand. There's that air reverse. Oh no. Just coming unglued. Losing his footing. And that's going to do it for JRob Terry. Awesome job. We're going to see how it holds up as he sets the bar for the rest of the riders to follow.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right. Your next rider, we got Sam Gunsalves. Another Centurion Boats team rider. And starting off with that double grab shove. Body varial back to normal. Sam Gunsalves. Big Madonna alley-oop right there. And a frontside air reverse. Right back in, pumping from way back. Sam knows this wave so well. There's the backside big spin. He knows exactly how far back he can go, what he's able to do. Backboard into that front three. Nicely done. Adding some extra style. Big front shove way above the lip, reverting out of it into his switch backside stance. Down here at the end, there's a frontside 360. Sam absolutely crushing it. Going switch Hail Mary there at the end. He is stoked. Dude, that's a stand-up run in the making. Putting down an absolutely banger-filled pass number one. Well, Sam Gunsalves flexing a little home court advantage, putting together his entire first pass just the way he wanted it. And we're going to see if he can keep that momentum going, keep it flowing as we bring him back through for pass number two. All right, Sam Gunsalves might be asking for a little bit of adjustment, might have something different planned for pass number two. Once again, we do need open men strapped foil down to the dock. We do want to give a big shout out to our crew at Faction Marine. Jason and his crew been up here serving the greater Minnesota area for quite some time. Your local Centurion and Supreme boat dealer. Right now, Sam Gunsolves. Big 3-shove. Oh my gosh. Going mega mode right there. Maybe even too big. All right, well, Sam back up, back at it. Big Madonna replacing that front foot with his front hand, kicking it off and then putting it right back on. Big alley-oop 360. There's the mute shove. And now swiveling around into his switch backside stance. There's the switch front big, back to regular. And a huge 3-shove. Trying to make it happen. Looks like that's going to do it for him. A great job from Sam Gunsolves. Centurion Boats team rider showing how it's done. We've got 3 more riders here in the Pro Men's Surf division. All right, next up, originally coming out of Spokane, Washington, but he's been riding, spending time down at Lake Pleasant in Arizona. Right here, right now, this is Chad Carlson. Oh, no. Chad just slipping out right there. Taking an early fall. But you know what they say, sometimes it's good to get that first fall out of the way. You can get wet, you can reset. You can come back firing on all cylinders. We're going to hope that that's the case for Chad Carlson as he gets back up on the water. All right, starting to build a rhythm right here. Letting everything stack on top of itself. Oh no, just slipping out. After that, backside 180 off of his heels. That's going to do it for his first pass, but we're going to reconnect with Chad here in just a bit as we get him down to restart pass number 2. All right, Sam Gunsolves back up, back at it. Tossing in that rope. And going straight to work. Massive frontside air reverse. And a big alley-oop back three. There's that double grab shove. Oh no. Trying to stay connected. Unfortunately, not able to. Looks like he's got one last pickup. And we're going to see if he can squeeze in some more tricks here at the end of the course. All right, throttle goes down, and Chad Carlson gets up. All right, Chad. Now's the time. The time is now. There's that double grab shove. Switching around back into the body varial. And now Chad back in his dominant stance. There's that front side shove, back shove to get back. Three shove. Chad Carlson putting it together. Building that rhythm right there at the end. You love to see it. And that's going to do it for Chad Carlson. Awesome job. Just like that, we've got two riders left to go here in the Pro Men's Surf division. All right, and next up on the water, doing it for Team Centurion, and coming out of Washington State, they call him T-Dog. Next up on the water, this is Turner Gabers. Turner Gabers just finished up high school and heading to Arizona State University, ASU, in the fall. And here we go. Turner getting to work. Big alley-oop, backside 180 to get things going. Big mute front side air, reaching down with his front hand, grabbing the toe edge of his board with his front hand. There's the three shove from Turner. Backside big spin, nicely done. Swiveling around that front side 360 from his switch stance, and then shove out of it. Turner Gabers definitely familiar with this Centurion wave. Oh no! He landed it, but just couldn't quite lock back in. He's still got a little bit of real estate here in pass number one. So we're gonna see if he can squeeze in a couple more tricks. All right, Turner back up, back at it. Oh no, trying to go big front shove way up above the lip. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for him, he's still got one pass left to go. So we're going to let him get wet and reset as we turn him around and bring him back down for pass number 2. All right. Coming back in for his second pass, Turner Gabers. Nice frontside 180 off of his backside stance. And a backside 180 down in the flat water, turning the hard way right there. Nice method grab. Poking it out. He's got style for miles. There's the 3 shove. Oh no, it just hit the ejection button. Bailing out with that front flip. Only his first fall in pass number 2. So we're going to get Turner picked back up and hopefully let him squeeze a couple more tricks out here at the end of the course. The throttles go down. Turner gets up. And this Centurion athlete looking to finish off strong. Slow front side 360. Oh no. Just got caught in that spin cycle. Not able to stay connected. That's going to do it for him. We've got one last rider here in the Pro Min Surf semifinals. And that final rider, last off the dock for Pro Min Surf, coming out of Northern California, riding out there at the Delta. We got Centurion Boats team rider Tommy Darnell. All right, Tommy Darnell, our last rider here in Pro Min Surf. He's seen what everyone else has done in his heat. He knows what he's got to do. And now we're going to see if he can make the magic happen right here, right now. All right, Team Centurion athlete Tommy Darnell on the water. ready to shred. Starting things off with a series of shove-its. And then a massive frontside air going to the moon and back. Oh man, trying to go massive front shove. Snapping those frontside airs way above the lip. Unfortunately, just slipping out right there on that frontside shove it. That's all right, only his first fall. We're going to get Tommy back up on the water. All of the action today happening behind that Centurion RI 230. Part of the flagship RI series for Centurion Boats. The RI 230. The perfect boat packed into a 23-foot package. With over 5,400 pounds of available ballast. You know, Tommy Darnell utilizing all of that in that massive surf wave. Linking together the tricks. There's the body varial back to normal. And a huge 3-shove. Nicely done. Stomping it down. Oh, and trying to go with that regular frontside big spin after the end of the course. That's going to do it for pass number 1. But he's still got one pass left. So we're going to get Tommy Darnell back up and headed back this direction. Our last rider in Pro Min Surf. Once again, we do need open min strapped foil. Strapped foil. Head on down to the dock. That's Alex Hudkins, Chad Carlson, and Tyler Stewart. Head on down to the dock with your foils. Please and thank you. All right, Tommy Darnell headed back this direction, trying to make his way all the way back to the start dock. And he's kicking it off. Massive alley-oop back 3. Big carve right into that front side shove and a shove back to regular. Starting to feel the rhythm, feel the flow. There's that backside big spin. Hey, call the scrapyard because this guy is crushing it right now. Back up, back in, shoves back to regular. And going huge with that regular front big. Unfortunately, getting tripped up, going down. Tommy Darnell getting super technical, way above the lip. Well, one last shot to impress the judges. Your last rider here in Pro Min Surf semifinal. There he goes. that regular front big. And that's going to do it. Awesome job from Tommy Darnell. Ending with a bang in that Pro Men's Surf semifinal. That's going to do it for Pro Men's Surf. We are going to take a very short break. We're going to switch out some judges, and then we're going to be right back into the action with our Open Men Foil Strapped, followed by our Pro Women's Surf. So Pro Women's Surf, start grabbing your things, getting ready, because you ladies are on deck. That's Kayn Helm, Reese Johnson, and Callie Nance. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long. We'll be right back with more action here from Surf Minnesota, King of the Lakes.
Food for the soul. From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.
All right. Your first rider here in strapped foil. This is Alex Hudkins. And he's carving it up, laying it down. Now, you've seen them in the foil before, but this time, these guys are strapped in. You can see those black foot straps across the top of his feet, allowing him to stay connected to the board during some more technical aerial maneuvers, just like that. The backflip on the foil. And it's kind of like me saying, hey, I want you to stand on this board. I'm going to slap some knives underneath it, and then I want you to go upside down. You know? Like, it doesn't sound like a great idea, but then when you land it, you're like, wow, that was a great idea. So Alex Hudkins showing that great ideas can happen when a little bit of danger and a little bit of science come together. We're going to see if he can land that backflip. Keep your eyes peeled. Alex tossing in that rope. Strapped up in the foil. And big in the air. Reaching down with that backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. He's got the style. Looking good, as he should. We're going to get him ready for his second pass. At this time, we do need Pro Women's Surf. Pro Women's Surf, start making your way down. Pro Women's Surf, that's going to be Kayn Helm, Reese Johnson, and Callie Nance. All right, well, we got Alex Hudkins continuing on with that strapped foil. Check this out. Backflip, nailing the landing. That's how you do it. And then the backside 360, smooth as you like. Oh, no. Oh, just getting bodied right there on the other side of the wave. That's some technical stuff. Flipping on a foil, that ain't easy. I'll tell you that right now. Alex Hudkins putting it together and making it look pretty easy. All right, your next foiler. We got Chad Carlson coming at you. All right, Chad Carlson on the water. Originally out of Spokane, Washington, but now spending a lot of time down in Arizona. Big carves, big slashes for Chad. And a massive Indy air right there. Reaching down with his backhand, grabbing the toe edge of his board. There's the double nose grab. Oh no. Going backside 360, just getting a little off kilter. We're going to get reconnected with Chad. Let him finish off this first pass of his strapped foil run. All right, Chad, back up, back at it. Big air, getting things going. And there's the backflip, landing it clean. And that's going to do it for his first pass. Awesome job from Chad Carlson. All right, Chad, back up, back at it. Going Indy frontside 360, getting the spin and doing it with style. There's the backside 360. Nice job pumping to save it. Whoa, getting dizzy out there. Getting that underflip. The back flip with a front, nope. I got to think real quick. With a backside 360. So he's turning away from the boat. Yeah. These foilers, man, they are progressing quickly. Well, he's got one last shot. Let's see if he'll do that underflip again. Chad Carlson already putting together an absolutely killer run. There it is. Oh, fighting for it. He wants it. Going around the end of course buoy. And he's back in frame. Check that out. Awesome job. Count it. A buzzer beater for Chad Carlson. Absolutely awesome. Mind-bending maneuvers. And then saving it by going around the end of course buoy. Pretty awesome if you ask me. We've got one last rider here in the open men strapped foil. Last off the dock, Team Centurion athlete, originally from right here in Minnesota. Don't ya know? We got Tyler Stewart. All right, Tyler Stewart looking to round out this strapped foil division. Flying above the water. Tyler feeling it out, pumping from back on the wave. Big nose grab to get things going. And another big aerial grab right there. Tyler feeling it out. Making sure everything is dialed in just like he likes. Oh no. Trying to go backside 360, but just digging the nose. Not able to recover from that one, but thankfully only his first fall. So we're going to get Tyler back up, back at it here in just a bit. There's that backside three. Oh no. Trying to keep the nose up, and unfortunately, it was deja vu for Tyler Stewart. All right, we got Tyler Stewart back up, back at it. Launching off the wave and getting resituated on his way back this direction. Oh, man. That foil just bucking like a bronco out there. They are finicky little beasts, aren't they? Well, looks like this might be the last-ditch effort for Tyler Stewart. Centurion Boats team athlete. Trying to pull out some big tricks right here. Pumping hard from way back. Oh, man. Not going to happen on that run, but a great job nevertheless from all of our open men foil strapped division. Coming up next, we've got our pro women surf, followed by pro men skim. At this time, we do need our pro men skim heat number 1 start making their way down to the dock. Pro men skim heat number 1, make your way down to the dock. That's Sam Studi, Jake Castor, CJ Koenig, Lee Height, Ryan Deese, and Cade Liebeck. Start grabbing your things, make your way down to the dock. You guys are going to be on deck here in just a bit. All right. Well, we are about to get underway with our pro women surf division. We are kicking things off with a young lady out of OHIO. That's Ohio, baby. Right here, right now. This is Kayn Helm. And Kaylin setting way back on the wave, entering into the course and starting things off with a nice big frontside air. Chop hop off the top, dropping down into the trough, dropping down on the one knee in that drop knee position before getting right back up and getting some more frontside airs under her belt. There's that backside 360, locking right back in. Nicely done. All right, back up, back at it. Kayn Helm getting way away from the wave with that bottom turn. And then frontside air to Indy. There's that backside 360 right at the buzzer. Nicely done. And in and off that first pass with some style. Kayn Helm, your first rider here in the Pro Women's Surf Division, trying to set the bar high for the rest of the riders to follow. Going first off the dock definitely has some advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are, man, you can go out there, not too much pressure, just do what you know how to do, throw down your tricks and do it your way. Disadvantages are, man, you don't know what they're going to throw behind you. You want to set the bar high enough for them to make a mistake without setting it so high that you start making mistakes of your own. So far, Kayn Helm doing a great job. She's tossing in that rope, getting right back to it. There's that frontside air to Indy. And jumping off the lip. There's the air right into that frontside 360, or excuse me, backside 360. Doing a body varial. Now riding in that switch backside direction. And then body varial back to regular. Oh, trying to go alley-oop. Backside 180 right there. Unfortunately, not able to hold on. It looks like she's got a little bit of real estate left in pass number 2. So we're going to pick her back up, see if she can squeeze out a little more juice from this second pass. All right, Kayn. Looking for a little bit more out of this second pass. Oh, no, just losing her grip. Not able to stay on it. That's going to do it for her. But a great job kicking us off here in the Pro Women's Surf Division. Kayn Helm doing a great job setting the tone for the rest of the riders here in Pro Women's Surf. Well, next up on the water, young lady out of Kansas, but spending a lot of time out there at LOTO, Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Right here, right now, this is Reese Johnson. And putting in a big slash right there. Reese rides with so much power. Reaching down, grabbing that mute grab. There's the alley-oop, backside 180, completing the whole rotation right there. And there's that ollie air reverse. Again, doing it. 2 in a row, completing that frontside 360. And then doing it again, this time going switch front shove. Now in that switch backside direction. Oh, trying to link together that frontside 360. Reese Johnson putting together a killer run so far. Looks like she's got a little bit of real estate left in pass number 1.
Good ride. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm supposed to help you out with skin in a bit. When Roman skin goes out. The WWE like DM'd me the other day and they're like, yo, you wanna help out with Roman skin? I was like, yeah, sure, whatever you guys need. Alright, cool. Is this still pro women, right?
All right, Reese Johnson on the water. Oh, man, trying one more time. That trick has got her number today. Trying to get that frontside 3 off of her switch backside stance. Unfortunately, taking a second fall, but we're going to let her reset down there at the end of the course and get ready, get set to go into pass number 2. All right, Reese Johnson coming back in. Reset after pass number 1. And going backside 360 to get things going. There's that reverse. And then big mute grab off of that front side air. Going, trying to go backside 7. Reese going down right there at the beginning of her second pass. That's all right. Still plenty of real estate to get some stuff moving. She's our second rider here in Pro Women's Surf. We've got one rider left to go after her. Reese still got a smile on her face. She's getting back up, getting back after it. And here we go. Nice big slash, chucking buckets at the judges right into that front side air. There's that alley-oop back 1. continuing the rotation around. And then that ollie reverse right there. Again, continuing the rotation with that front side 3. Looks like she wants that shove out. Oh man, 3 in a row. She's thinking. Think that's going to do it. Down there at the end of her second pass. Awesome job and a great run from that young lady out of Lake of the Ozarks, Reese Johnson. All right, well, just like that, we've got one rider left to go here in the Pro Women Surf Division. And what a rider it is. 16 years old, out of Arizona, Team Centurion rider, right here, right now. This is Callie Nance. Now, she called it. She said she was starting off switch backside. And going for that 360. Oh, man, trying to save it with that switch body varial back to regular and looking to pump hard. Unfortunately, just coming off the wave. That's all right. Sometimes it's good to get that first fall out of the way early. You can get wet and reset. Come back firing on all cylinders. We're going to hope that that's the case for Miss Callie Nance as we get her back behind that Centurion RI 230, the boat that she has at home. She's definitely familiar with the wave. All right, here we go. Back up, this time in her dominant stance. Big carve right there. Linking those bottom turns into the front side slash. Poking the board up and over the lip of the wave with that front side slide. There's that backside 360. The ollie 180. And then pulling it back to regular. There's the front side 3, muscling it around. Nicely done from Callie. There's that 180. Oh, man, trying a front shove out of it. Unfortunately going down, but fortunately for her, right at the end of the course. We're going to turn her back around and head back this direction. At this time, we do need all of Pro Men's Skim down to the dock. Pro Men's Skim down to the dock. Sam, Jake, CJ, Lee, Ryan, and Cade. Holy moly. That's a stacked heat. And then we got Afton, Freddie, Luke, Reed, and Tyler. It is going to be an all-out brawl in Pro Men's Skim. All right. Well, Miss Callie Nance going back to Old Faithful right here. Switch backside. starting off her second pass. Oh, there you go, staying with it. Nice job, that switch front 3. And doing it again, making it happen. There, shove it out of it, pumping hard. Oh, she wants it, and she might get it. Oh, the fight of the day. Those legs are burning right now. Callie Nance earning every bit of that shove out. And speaking of shove outs, right there, getting the switch one right in the nick of time. Centurion Boats team rider, absolutely awesome. Give it up, make some noise for Callie Nance and the rest of your pro women's surf division. Well, that's going to do it for pro women's surf. Coming up next, we've got pro men skim, your last division of the day here at Surf Minnesota, King of the Lakes, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing. I'm Mark on the mic, calling the shots all day long, and it has been an absolutely epic day out here in Alexandria, Minnesota. So many talented riders coming out of the Minnesota area. And we're about to see why. So many of these pro men skim. They're about to get out on the water, strut their stuff out here at the beautiful Lake Lehamdu. And we're going to get our pro men skim on the water here in just a bit.
No, I heard someone was like, oh, I think he's pronounced it wrong. I was like, Gunsolves is the way they do it, actually. That's the Google form or whatever, right? And I wrote it in, like, gun, pistol, solves like wrong. Yep. Yeah, I'm living out here right now. I go to school, so I'm only in Connecticut for summer.
All right, this is yours.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hold it up close to your mouth.
Okay.
And if it's on, you can hear everything in here.
Yeah. I made that mistake.
All right, here we go. We are kicking things off in the pro men skim with Sam Studi. And here in the booth with me, I've got Centurion Boats team rider Sam Gunsolves. So one Sam helping to announce for another. Sam, what do you see out there?
I just saw a really nice blind body of aerial. Sam Studi's got some nice style. Unfortunately, going down on that switch big, but Sam has a really good style. I'm super excited to see what he can throw.
Yeah, well, man, Sam Studi doing a great job getting things going. And unfortunately, taking an early fall. But, hey, that's all right. We're going to get him back up, back at it. Well, Sam, you know, we're here in Minnesota, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing, and you, being a Centurion Boats rider, you know, you're no stranger to the World Series of Wake Surfing, and you are the current and reigning world champion from 2024. How's that feel?
Feels really good. Definitely was like a surreal moment when you know, final results were announced. It was really close between me and another rider here, Chad Carlson. So yeah, I mean, pretty cool moment, and got to spend it with like my dad, who's always been there with me surfing all the competition. So definitely super special moment.
Yeah, well, you know, there's plenty of future world champions here, I'm sure, yourself possibly included, you know, as we're heading back down to Florida at the end of the season. Man, You have seen some incredible riding out here today, but I'm sure you've seen it all year long. What other stops of the World Series have you been at so far?
Yeah, so far I've only been to one competition. That was the Come and Take It Classic in Conroe, Texas. Super fun event. I've been going there for the past 3 seasons or 4 seasons, however long they've been doing it now. Yeah, super fun event, great venue at Margaritaville, and just a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like I said, you've seen a ton of incredible riding, and man, I know that the thought's already got to be in your head of defending that world title. Man, the level of riding out there has stepped up so much each and every year. You got to be thinking, dude, it's going to be harder and harder to take down that win. But obviously you're putting in the time. You're spending your school year down in Florida going to school, so plenty of ride time down there, right?
Yeah, definitely. Florida's the best. I love it so much. It's super warm for almost the whole winter. We never freeze over like Connecticut, so no more 4-month seasons for me or 5-month seasons, and super excited to be riding more full time while I'm in Florida.
Yeah, awesome. Well, right now Sam Studi coming back in, getting ready for his second pass and snapping that alley-oop backside 180 so far above the lip. There's that 5 big spin, catching it early, landing away smooth. Sam, what do you see out there, man?
He's going for some redemption on that 5 big. He found that out of the gate, but stomps that and then the 5 shove. So I see the other Sam out there just shredding right now. Nice big old grab to Indy shove it. Let's see. He looks like he's loading up for something big. Oh, big Madonna with the rail grab. Super stylish.
Barely got his foot back on, but made it happen.
Whoa.
And then the front side 3 shove, putting it together. Sam making the magic happen.
Yeah, it's some really slick riding here. Someone you might forget about sometimes with the content, but then he goes out there and hits some bangers like that. Can definitely shake up any competition.
Yeah, you love to see it. The riders first off the dock. Man, they got a hard job of setting the stage for the rest of the riders to follow. They're trying to raise the bar high enough to make the other riders have to risk it without putting themselves in jeopardy. So one of the questions I like to ask for you, Sam, is if you had the preference, do you want to go first off the dock? Do you want to go middle of the heat? Or do you want to go last off the dock? Like, regardless of how it's seated, if you have the preference, where do you want to be in the lineup? Yeah,
that's a tough question. Typically I would say first. I like to get out there and not think too much and just try to go out there and shred. But there definitely can be an advantage. Usually the top seed goes last in the division. So there definitely can be some situations I've been in where I was the last rider, and I kind of took advantage of that, saw what the other guys hit and what I needed to do personally. But other times it definitely can add a little bit of pressure after seeing, say 5 other guys go out there in finals before you and just totally kill it. Then the pressure is all on you. So I would say probably first, but there's been some situations where going last has definitely benefited me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now we got Jake Castor, and I believe he's another dude from up in the Northeast, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's actually the first pro I ever rode with. I used to do some lessons with Jake back in the day, and definitely super helpful, super talented guy. I think he was the 2018 or 2019 world champion. Yeah, Jake Castor, no stranger. Definitely a veteran out there, and he's getting things started with that 3 shove, linking it up with that alley-oop back 1, getting right back into his dominant stance. He's been doing it for more than a minute, that's for sure. There's that back big, body varial back to normal. And now Jake, from way back, alley-oop back 3, slamming on the brakes and finding himself right in that pocket. Ooh, 720. Was that a 7 or a 5? Looked like, I think it was a 5 big. But man, stomping it down, rotating as much as the 7. There's that backside body varial, linking it together, shove back to normal. Oh, man, the Hail Mary. You love to see it, and that's a regular stance Hail Mary. Most of the time when you see people do the Hail Mary, that 360 body varial, they're doing it off the switch stance.
But Jake changing it up, doing a regular stance Hail Mary, man, making it look different, but that's a killer trick right there.
Yeah, for sure. I know personally I can do it switch, and I can't really do it regular. So, I mean, if that puts it on anything, then Jake definitely a super talented rider. And I think he was the first rider to ever land that trick when he won his world title, actually, at the World Wake Surfing Championships in 2018 or 2019 or so. So Jake's like super technical rider. He can really good at those spinning maneuvers, so we can definitely see anything out of him in the second pass.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we're going to see what he's got left in the tank and see if he can continue to throw down here in pass number 2. Hey, we need Lee Height, Ryan Deese, and Cade Liebeck down to the dock. Please and thank you. Right now, we got Jake Castor coming back this direction for pass number 2. Big ollie frontside 180 off the top, and then completing that 360 all the way around. There's that shove to mute, and then pulling front shove back to his dominant stance. Jake, definitely a technical rider, stomping down that 5 shove, making the board do a 540 underneath him while his body stays the same. Whoa. Trying to go with that backside Gumby, right?
Yeah, backside Gumby, super technical trick. I mean, that's definitely a crazy one I've never gotten the opportunity to try before. It's crazy now. You see a lot of that in even like pro female skim now. They've gotten so technical themselves. They're throwing these professional men level tricks, and I mean, you see some of the riders that are here like Ashley and Ava hitting those maneuvers. So definitely a super technical trick.
Yeah. Well, Jake Castor, no stranger to the technicality, that's for sure. We're gonna see if he's got a little bit left in the tank as he finishes this second pass. Now, Sam, you obviously being a more surf style rider, you know, you love that amplitude. You love doing those tricks way above the lip. And I feel like in the last couple of years, the skim category has started to adapt some of those amplitude moves, taking their tricks way above the lip, not just settling for stuff down on the wave, in the trough, always on the flats. It's like the variety from the flats to the wave to the airs has really started to progress in the sport.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely see it with some of the younger generation guys too, like Tyler Stewart and Jet Lambert. They're throwing these, super technical 540 big spins and air 360 Madonnas and all this crazy stuff, and they're doing it 4 feet in the air, which we never really saw before in the skim division, maybe with the exception of Keenan Flegel, who's always been, one of the biggest amplitude riders in the game.
Yeah. Keenan rips for sure. If you go against him, you'll be hurting for certain. Well, Sam, we've talked a lot about the Centurion boats, and so I'm curious, what boat are you running these days, and how are you setting it up?
Yeah, so I am currently riding a Centurion RI 230. I'm absolutely loving the boat right now. Favorite boat I've had, since I've started riding Centurions, or really just surfing in general. And I keep it set up. I basically fill everything on the boat, all the ram, all the bags. I have a couple extra 100 pounds on the surf side, and that's about it for me. It's a super easy boat to set up.
Yeah. Well, right now we got CJ Koenig on the water, going alley-oop back 1, linking it up with that backside 3 shove, backside big spin, and CJ back to his dominant stance with that body varial. There's that front side 360, muscling it around. Definitely a difficult way to spin, but making it look easy. There's that 5 big spin. Oh, he landed it, but just losing the push. Unfortunate fall right there, but only his first fall. So we're going to get him back on the water to finish off this first pass. So, Sam, you say that you run your boat full ballast. you're riding that RI 230, the same boat out there in the contest. What settings are you going? Where are you putting the plate? What speed are you going at? And how do you see that play out in your wave?
Yeah. So my center stinger plate is usually around 40. I run the boat at 11.3 miles an hour. Depending on how much weight is in the boat, how many people, we'll change the center of the stinger a little, maybe between 30 and 50.
Yeah, that seems a little higher than a lot of the other athletes. I feel like a lot of people are keeping it around that 20 mark, but you're going with like 40.
Yeah.
So how does that shape your wave differently? Would you say that you like that steeper wave for blasting big airs, or do you like it mellower and longer to give you more room?
Yeah, I definitely like to keep a bit of a happy medium. The Centurions have such a good lip where you don't need to have the biggest wave to get really good pop off of it. And with my newest board that I'm working on with Phase 5, I've just kind of found that that's the wave that I'm kind of doing everything best on. And I still love to put that stinger tab at 0 every once in a while and just do some big airs and everything. But when you're getting to those really technical tricks, 540 big spins, frontside big spins, all that stuff, I found that it just is a little bit of a better wave for me to do those tricks on, and it gives me a little more room as far as length of the wave to kind of perform on and find my sweet spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is the great thing about the Centurion RI series. They have got everything to customize your wave and your ride out there on the lake. You can make your wave as steep, as mellow as you like, while keeping all that push to keep you flowing all day long. Right now, CJ Koenig back up on the water. Sam, why don't you take us through this second pass?
Yeah, right back up with some redemption on that 540 big, adding to the risk factor. Right into that frontside big spins, 2 super, difficult maneuvers in a row, so definitely trying to raise that risk score out of the gate. Looks like he was going for a switch Hail Mary there, but unfortunately just kind of buried the nose at the beginning of that trick. Three bangers back to back. You can definitely see that CJ, he's a new guy to the pro division, so he's trying to go out, throw some bangers, and make his way into the final round and, put some pressure on those more experienced guys.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to throw down, show up, and show out. That's for sure. CJ Koenig putting it out there. He's our third rider here in the Pro Men's Skim Heat number 1. We got 3 more riders after him in this heat of 6 riders. A heat of 6, Sam, that is fully stacked to the gills.
Yeah,
man,
it is.
Every single rider in this heat has the ability to take the win for today's semifinals and just improve their seeding going into tomorrow. But man, when you're in a heat of 6, you don't have any room to hold back. CJ Koenig definitely going for it, trying to get that alley-oop 360, just flopping and flailing right there, trying to get out of there, showing a little frustration, but hey, you know what? When you're on that competition wave, man, you want to do everything that you've been practicing for so many weeks, so many months, and then you only got one shot to do it. So hopefully we're going to see CJ get out there again, maybe in the finals, maybe in the LCQs. We're going to see how it plays out. Coming up next, we got Lee Height. Talented young rider. We're going to see what he's got for us. So, Sam, you've only done one contest with the World Series so far this year. Do you have plans to attend some of the other World Series events?
Yeah, most definitely. So, obviously I'm here now in Minnesota, but I'll be doing the 2 Tennessee competitions this year, I believe. I'll be at both of them. So that's Chattanooga and I think the Volunteer Wake Surf Open are the 2 in Tennessee. So I'll be driving my Mazda down to Tennessee a couple times this summer and doing some competitions there, and then hopefully I'm invited back to the World Championship, but that'll be in my newfound home state of Florida. So I'll take a drive up from school and hope to be invited to that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck there. Speaking of Florida, coming out of Stark, Florida, doing out there at Kingsley Lake, we got Lee Height coming into his second year in the pro division. He's starting things off with that big alley-oop back one. There's the 3 shove, stomping it down, getting things going. right into the 540 back big, and then switch Gumby to get back to regular. There's the front side 3 shove. Lee Height linking the tricks together. He's in that flow state. There's the regular front big. And then the switch Hail Mary, pulling out all the stops, back into his dominant stance with his left foot forward. 540 shove. Man, he is absolutely automatic right now. Oh, man, going backside Gumby. There's a 3 shove, front shove out.
Wow.
And man, oh man, take notes, because Lee Height just put on a clinic out there. A full stand-up first pass. Sam, how do you like that one?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful run by Lee Height. This kid, super technical, also a newer guy to the pro division. So he likes to go out there and really put on a show, and that's what he just did in that first pass. I mean, every single one of those tricks, with maybe exception to that blind Gumby at the end. I mean, there was no arm flailing, nothing. That board was perfectly rotated every time. His body was in position, and that may have been one of the cleanest runs I've seen all day.
Yeah, he was absolutely locked in that entire time. Hardly any bobbles at all. Definitely going to get rewarded, but you know what? He's only halfway home.
My dad? Yes, no, he's not here.
So we're going to get him all the way back.
All right, cool.
And here we go. Lee Height headed back this direction. Sam, take it away.
Here he is coming out of the gate. Huge air 360, some crazy amplitude like we were just talking about a moment ago. Right into that front side air reverse, out into that amplitude, that intensity category. And he goes right into that shove mute grab. Another beautifully popped trick into a back big spin. And man, he just does not stop moving. Right into that switch 5 big. Another absolutely stomped trick right there. Pumping into his next. Big run up here. Front side 5 big. Wow.
Yeah, that would have been back-to-back 5 bigs. Unbelievable. 1 switch, 1 regular. Not many athletes are doing that. That's for sure. But Lee Height, like you said, only his 2nd year in the pro ranks and trying to prove why he's earned that spot. We're going to get reconnected with him. Let him finish off this 2nd pass.
Yeah, and I actually just got a little correction here. Robbie Stewart, shout out. He's watching at home. Jake won the world championship in 2017. I was called a fool for getting that one wrong, so my apologies, Robbie.
Yeah, the fact that we don't have every single rider's ranks and accolades memorized, that's on us, man.
Yeah.
Well, Lee Height, he's,
oh
man, trying to get locked in right there. Unfortunately, coming unglued on that 540 back big. Looks like that is going to do it for him, but a great job nevertheless for rider number 4 in that first heat of Pro Men's Skim, Lee Height. We've got 2 riders left to go here in the Pro Men Skim heat number 1. Like we said, an absolutely stacked heat. And still 2 riders to prove out.
Take a picture.
Well, we have had an absolutely epic day out here at Surf Minnesota, King of the Lakes. Stop number 3 here in the U.S. for the World Series of Wake Surfing. Doing it with Centurion Boats. And right now, behind that RI 230, we've got our next rider right here, right now. This is Ryan Deese. You know, pretty awesome to have guys like Ryan Deese and Jake Castor in the same heat together. Both of these dudes have been around for more than a minute. They would be legends if they'd ever stop surfing. But, man, they just keep going and going. Going 540 big spin right there. Back into his dominant stance. And Ryan, backside body varial, locking it in. And then that switch, front side big, pumping from way back on the wave. Linking that bottom turn, going all the way to the top with that front side 3 shove, locking it in. Oh, trying to go 5 shove down there towards the end of pass number 2. Man, oh man, Ryan Deese definitely pulling out the stops. You love to see it. And man, one of the great things about wake surfing as a sport, because it is so young, man, you have such an awesome mix of all ages. You know, some of these young riders making the transition into pro only in their early teens. And then you got guys like Jake Castor, Ryan Deese, some of the guys that have been doing it for many, many years, and they're all mixing together, really bringing a lot of flavor into the sport. And we're going to see if Ryan can get back into it. Get a couple more tricks down here at the end. There's that shove to mute, and then getting busy right there. Some of it happening after the end of course buoy, but Ryan making the most of it, at least getting a little practice in. We're going to drop him down and turn him around to come back through for pass number 2. Ryan, our second to last rider here in this first heat. We've got one last rider after him, but first we got to get him back to the dock. He's halfway home, and we're going to see if he can make it all the way back without any bobbles. All right, and Ryan Deese back up, back at it. And here we go, getting ready, getting set to go into pass number 2. Let's check it out. Oh, once again, trying for that 5 shove, doing it right out of the gate, showing such extreme confidence right there. You gotta love it. Going for the gusto. Unfortunately, not able to get reconnected onto his board. He got his feet near it, but just couldn't quite get it set. You know, that 5 shove, such a difficult maneuver. We know Ryan Deese has got it in his bag of tricks, but he's trying to pull it out right here, right now. We're going to see if he goes back to it or if he changes it up. All right, Sam, let's see what he's got for us. This could be his last hurrah as he's headed back this direction. Take it away, bud.
All right, here we go. Loading up. Nice big nose grab on that ollie-oop. Stalled it out on that switch revert position as he loads up. Big grab, big spin. Oh, just keeping too much speed out of that big spin grab and going towards the platform of that boat. Couldn't get on his back foot soon enough, but he still has plenty of course to come out and throw some bangers.
Well, looks like that might do it. That is second fall for pass number 2. So it looks like Ryan going to be left lacking a little bit. But you know what? Pass number 1 still had a lot of tricks, and you never know how it's all going to play out. That's the thing. It could always change right at the last second. And right now, your final rider here in heat number 1 is going to be Cade Liebeck, Centurion Boats team athlete. And Sam, I'm sure you've spent a little bit of time hanging out with Cade over the years. We're going to see what he's got for us as we get him out on the water to close out this first heat of Pro Men Skim.
Yeah, super stoked to see what Cade has. He's a great kid to have around, always cheering everyone on, all of his friends on. And he was on the jet ski during our runs for Pro Men's Surf, trying to hype up all the boys and, just get everyone ready to do the best they possibly can. So I bet everyone on shore right now is cheering for Cade, and we're hoping he sees some big tricks here as he tries to make an impact in the pro division.
Well, here he goes. He's seen what everybody else has done, and now it's his turn to get out and strut his stuff. Cade Liebeck starting off, coming into that first pass, getting warmed up, feeling out the wave, a wave he's very familiar with. He's definitely spent some time behind that RI-230, a Centurion Boats team athlete. Big alley-oop, backside 180. Swiveling around the front side 360, showing the judges he can spin either direction. There's a series of shoves to get the board back into its dominant stance. Backside big spin, switch front big, and he's linking the tricks together. Big chop hop 180 down into the flats, finishing that 360. There's the backside body varial, switch front body varial. And then the 540 big spin.
Boom.
Cade definitely pulling out the stop, switch front shove. There's that front side 360, muscling it around. And that is how you do it. A full stand-up first pass for Cade Liebeck.
Yeah, wow, super sick pass from Cade, and he's definitely on level. He has enough skills and enough tricks to really put on a tough fight with these more experienced guys in the pros division. So a first pass like that, we can see some big stuff in the second pass. You can definitely expect to see Cade in the finals.
Yeah, it's all about using the momentum that you set to keep it going down the line. Every trick helping to build that confidence to continue going down the course. And now that he's got pass number 1 under his belt, he's feeling confident going into pass number 2. We're going to see if he can make it happen right here when it matters most. As we get reconnected with Cade Liebeck, the throttles go down, Cade goes up. And Sam, why don't you talk us through this second pass?
Yeah, Cade throwing that rope in, pumping in, waiting for that buoy right here. And he is off with looked like maybe a possible ollie north kind of air 3 situation right there, but just kind of losing some footing on the landing and going down.
Yeah, it does seem like after that turnaround, kind of that first section of pass number 2, out there in the middle of the lake, some of the riders getting hit with a little bit of wind on their way back. Sometimes that wind can help hold the board to the rider's feet, but sometimes, man, it can take you for a ride out there. Unfortunately, it looks like Cade got the ladder that time, but you know what? Athletes make adjustments, and Cade Liebeck, definitely an athlete in his own right and trying to make it happen right here. Sam, what has he got for us?
Yeah, Cade was wasting absolutely no time coming into the boat, pumping, and hitting that switch bigger spin. So now he's in that switch revert position. Coming down. Oh, looked like he was going for a switch gumby there, unfortunately going down. But he still hit a big trick right after that fall in that switch bigger spin, and he had a great standing up first pass. So I definitely would not want to be these judges right now. They don't have the easiest job in the world. But we'll stick around for some results later and see who made it through. But a super close heat there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tricky one for the judges. And like you said, man, if you want to follow along with the results, if you want to know how the scores come out, all you got to do is download the free WWA Ride Line app. Not only will you see the scores from this contest, but you can see scores, standings, and results from all contests that the WWA hosts all across the globe. To stay up to date with all things wake, be sure to download the free WWA Ride Line app. Well, that's going to do it for Pro Men Skim Heat number 1. And now we got Heat number 2. Heat number 2 got 5 riders in it. And some of these dudes, they've been out there, they've been judging, they've been helping to scribe. They've been here all day long waiting for their turn to ride. And now it's finally their chance to get out on the water, get wet, and do some shredding. Well, first off the dock, one of the hometown heroes doing it for Pro Men Skim. Riding out there on the Tonk, Lake Minnetonka, just down the road, right here, right now. Your first rider in heat number 2, this is Afton Bank. Well, Afton Bank hoping to use a little bit of home court advantage, a Minnesota local. And you know, this Minnesota surf community, man, it has grown and grown over the years, much to the thanks of the crew at Faction Marine. Jason at Faction, one of the guys that really established wake surfing here in the state of Minnesota. And man, ever since he did that, it has continued to grow and grow each and every season. Be sure to check out Faction Marine for all of your lake, wake, and water sports needs. We're going to get heat number 2 on the water. Kicking it off with Afton Bank. He's going to set the tone for us and see if he can give the rest of the riders something to chase. Here we go. Afton pumping hard. Big, snappy frontside air, ollieing off the tail, lifting his legs up high. There's the backside 180 down in the flats. Nice backside shove, a series of shoves right into the 3 shove. Back big, all happening within about 5 seconds of each other. There's back bigger. And then shove to body varial to get back into his dominant stance. Afton, whoa.
Wow.
Body varial revert right there. And there's the Gumby. Holy smokes. Afton Bank. We're going to change his name to Abraham for the way that he was linking tricks together. Holy moly. That kid just hit the start button and didn't stop all the way down. That's definitely something different from the surf discipline. I feel like in the surf category, you guys are adding in the slashes. You're taking your time. You're blasting the airs where, man, the skim stuff, it happens so fast, trick after trick, and definitely fun to watch. Not as easy to announce.
No, I mean, you know, it's hard to compare the styles. These skim guys have insane combos I could never even imagine of doing that we saw from Afton in that first pass versus surf, you know, pretty different with the longer run-ups, bigger air, more focusing on the single trick than the combinations together. But yeah, Afton did a great job linking things together, and like you were saying earlier, Minnesota definitely has a really big, you know, wake surf culture here. Huge thanks to Faction Marine for their part in that. And you see some of these local guys coming out that might not go to like every stop on the tour or anything like that. and they come out here and they shred just like Afton did in that first pass. So Minnesota is definitely a unique competition location where you'll see some guys that you don't normally see always traveling on tour that can definitely shake up the division a bit.
Yeah. Start making some of these longtime veterans start shaking in their boots a little bit. We got Afton back at it, looking to continue all the momentum that he put into that first pass into pass number 2. Sam, why don't you take us down and see what he's got in this second pass?
Yeah, starting out with the big alley-oop into that intensity, just keeping a nice, really stylish 360 in the flats there. Looks like a half and half in the flats there from Afton Bank. He's loading up. Right into that 540 big. Wow, what a landing. Insane way to rotate out of that for Afton and keep it under his feet. Looking to follow it up with a 3 shove in the flats, unfortunately just burying the nose on that. But wow, what a recovery from Afton. That takes some serious balance to roll out of that one.
Yeah, that 540 big, he was chasing the board on that landing, trying to reel it back in, and then almost dipped through the wave, but able to recover. Absolutely unbelievable athleticism from Afton Bank. Taking a fall about midway through the course. He's got plenty of real estate, and the quickness that this kid is putting in tricks, man, he has still got tons of time to add to his scorecard. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, he's been putting in a crazy pace here. Right into a big spin in the flats. You can tell how fast he just wants to get up and get that rope in and start throwing some big tricks like that. Awesome Gumby in the flats there from Afton Bank. Adding in some unique variety with those flats tricks. Right into that switch 3 shove. Just reverting around, shoving out into his normal stance. Looks like a banger's coming here. Oh, just going for that 5 shove. Looks like a little less rotation than he needed. So tough one there. But, yeah, I mean, Afton put in an incredible pace. I don't even know how many tricks that was. That was a lot, though. Crazy pace from Afton.
Yeah, the athletes are not limited on the number of tricks they can do. The judges always looking for quality over quantity. But, man, Afton put together high quantity and high quality all the way through that second pass. Absolutely awesome. And what a way to start this second heat of Pro Men's Skim. Definitely some heavy shoes to fill after Afton putting down that first run. And coming up next, we've got Freddy Lang. Freddy getting ready. Another rider out of Lake Minnetonka. So we got some of these local Minnesota guys going head-to-head against each other. In some ways that can be, challenging to ride against the same people that you ride with casually. But, dude, it can also raise the stoke when you're going and you just watch your boy, like the guy in your crew, go out and kill it. Man, that just makes you want to go out and kill it that much more.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely raising that stoke level for everyone involved. All of his friends, and I know he knows some other guys in this category, like Tyler Stewart. So I'm sure that just raises the bar for them and gets them hyped. They just want to go out and do even better.
Yeah, well, Freddy Lang getting ready to get shreddy. He's getting out, getting set, and just chucking buckets to get started. Taking a shower out there before he's ready to clean up. Another Lake Minnetonka local. And starting out with that frontside 3. Oh, no. Trying to link 2 of them together and just doing the back dolphin dive right there. Freddy Lang not starting off the way he wanted, but you know what? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And we just saw a handful of riders that had some rocky starts, but man, they get the recovery happening and they just start getting into that flow state to where that fall didn't even affect them. We're gonna hope that that's the case for Freddy Lang as we get him back up on the water to finish this first pass.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and sometimes going down early you just take a second in the water, collect yourself, maybe stop thinking so much, you're overthinking it, and you go out and you kill it. I know it's definitely happened to me a few times, so, hopefully he just shakes it off and we see him ride even better than he would have before.
Yeah, we're going to hope that's the case for Freddy as he gets right back up. He's feeling out that wave, making sure everything is dialed in, trying to shake off that fall. And he's starting off with a series of shoves, the 3 shove to the back shove, and then the switch front big, getting back to regular. Whoa, just a little air nothing right there, maybe a hippie jump. There's a backside big spin, body varial back to normal. Oh, man, trying to go 540. Big spin. Unfortunately, coming unglued, but it's happening right there at the end of the course. He was able to get back on his board, set into a rhythm, have a little bit of redemption in that first pass. But now he knows he has got to turn up the heat on pass number 2. In those high-pressure situations, Sam, do you feel like most of these athletes, they thrive in that? Or does it start to play head games with them where, man, they start overthinking, they start doubting, and maybe today's just not my day?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big mental game when you're in the water there, kind of alone, just waiting for the boat to pick you up, especially if you've taken a fall or two. But it really depends on the person and even their mood that day. I know sometimes I've kind of felt that way, just discouraged. Now I can't land anything today. And other times I kind of sat in the water and I said, hey, that wasn't the best first pass, but if we come out this second pass and I do what I know I can do and I hit my tricks, then that can be a totally different story. Now we're fighting for a podium position. So it just really depends on the maturity of the rider and how they can turn around. And looks like Freddy's doing a good job at that as he kind of makes up that first trick he threw on that first pass with a front side 7 to backside 7, I believe, and then right into a 5 big. So looks like he took a moment, collected his thoughts, and now he's hitting some of those tricks he had difficulty on before. Right into that front 3 shove. Wow, yeah, Freddy is killing it right now. Definitely got to, relax a little and come in here and throw some big tricks.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a little bit of a beat. He's got something big planned. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like he was setting up for something there. That switch 5, I think that was a switch 5 big. I'm not sure if there was supposed to be anything at the end, maybe a bigger spin. But looks like that's what he was going for the first time with that rotation. Maybe just didn't have the approach he wanted and, went for it again. But, that's a super difficult trick in and of itself, so hopefully we see him get up and try to nail that one too.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like he's got one last shot to put some more tricks on his scorecard. We're gonna see if he can do it right here, right now. Freddy Lang getting reconnected behind that RI 230, pulling in, getting in the pocket, and going right to work. Oh, no. Just that 1 foot on landing. Trying to get the 5 shove under his belt. Unfortunately going down, and that's going to do it for him. Man, heat number 2, it is also going to be a tough one. We've seen some big tricks, but we've also seen the door be left open on some of it. Now coming up next, we have got young man out of the Lone Star State. That's my home state down there in Texas. But he's been going to school up in Oklahoma at OSU, Oklahoma State University. Centurion Boats team rider. Next up, behind that RI 230, right here, right now, this is going to be Luke Hutcherson.
Yeah, these next 3 riders, all super skilled riders. These are all guys that have found themselves on the podiums and even winning, world level competitions before, world championships before. So I definitely expect to see these 3 guys, after seeing how the first riders did, go out there and just really try to perform and, put an exclamation point next to their name and stamp their ticket straight to finals.
Yeah, well, Luke Hutcherson definitely has the skills to pay the bills. Sam, why don't you take us through this first pass?
Yeah, throwing that rope in. Looks like he's asking for a little bit of a wave adjustment right before that first buoy. And here he's off now, pumping into that 5 big out of the gate. Wow, crazy risky trick. Right into that switch Gumby shove into his regular stance. 3 shove in the flats, keeping these tricks coming super fast for us in the announcer's booth. Big alley-oop there, showing that he can't just do it fast. He can pop really big too. Pumping in. Wow, really big blind body varial there. Super hard to land those. Right into that switch. I don't even know what that was. The switch, yeah, switch from big maybe. Into a half and half. Lost a little bit of foot in there, but Luke's right back into it. Good enough balance to stay in that wave there. I'm sure he wants redemption right here as he pumps in. 720 big spin. Wow. Absolutely huge rotation from Luke Hutchinson, and he still has room. Wow, grab big spin there. Just really the cherry on top of that first pass Sunday for Luke. Wow, I mean, Mark, what do you think? That was impressive to me.
Dude, get out your credit cards because Luke Hutcherson is charging right now. Halfway home to a stand-up run. That kid just raised the bar. Absolutely awesome. Got the 720 big spin. That's the first one we've seen all day long. And man, he got it with seemingly little effort. He was on autopilot that entire first pass. Awesome stuff from Centurion Boats team athlete Luke Hutcherson. You know he's feeling good after pass number 1. We're going to see if he can keep it going, keep it flowing into pass number 2.
Yeah, Luke, a super level-headed rider, so I don't expect him to come out do anything different. He's going to keep his pace, keep that flow state going, and I definitely expect to see some great tricks in this second pass. And he starts off with that front 3 shove with that wrist category and into a front side big spin. So Luke not slowing down, just charging hard with that switch bigger spin into a switch 5 big. Luke is just slaying up and down this course right now, right into that 5 shove, slashing it through the water, absolutely killing it. Into a blind Gumby shove like it's absolutely nothing to him. Wow.
Yeah, I think that was actually the Canadian shove, making the board do a 3 underneath him. Jeez, Luke Hutcherson absolutely in fuego right now. That's on fire. And he just keeps going. He's going to run out of tricks soon. Going shoves with grabs, linking it together, laying it all on the line. Oh,
wow.
Man. Absolutely unreal. He's throwing his hands in the air. Hey, give it up for him as he's throwing down for you. Make some noise for Luke Hutcherson. Golly.
Wow. Absolutely crazy stand-up pass for Luke. And that wasn't a safe, I'm just going to go up and down the course stand-up pass. He was throwing banger after banger in succession, no stop in between. Absolutely, I don't even know what to say. Luke just slashed up that course.
Leaving the announcers speechless. That's always the goal for these riders, and Luke Hutcherson just making it happen. And doing it with 2 riders left on the docket. Man, that just shook some stuff up in this heat. Your next rider on the water, another talented guy who's been doing it for a minute. We got Reed Cole Tucker getting ready to take his chance out there on the water. And the stoke level just continuing to rise in this second heat. We're going to see if Reed can continue to add to that fire that Luke Hutcherson just set on the water. Here he goes, Reed Cole Tucker coming into pass 1. We're going to see what he's got for us. Sam, take us into this first pass.
Yeah, I mean, he saw Luke kill that pass, so I'm sure Reed's in his head right now, hey, 2 stand-up passes, we got to throw something big here. So I'm sure he's thinking about that as he pumps right into his first trick. 5 big firsts, just like Luke. Crazy trick out of the gate to throw, man. Wow. Right into that switch Gumby shove. Absolutely stomped that. Already pumping into his next 3 shove in the flats. Reed, a seriously talented rider, another guy out of New England, so I've spent some time riding with him, and he flows right into that front 3 shove, like buttering it around like it's nothing, into the front side big spin. Wow. He is just killing it right now. Switch bigger, just like it's nothing. He just rotates out back to regular. I was easy, right, Reed? Going down, 5 shove, boom, stomped into a front side shove it. Right back into his regular stance. Looks like he has time for maybe one more big one. Wow. Reed absolutely killing it.
Yeah, Reed Cole Tucker. He saw the bar get raised, and he said, you know what? I can jump that high, too. The level of riding continuing to level up. Reed Cole Tucker, no exception to that. Throwing an incredible first pass. And you know, is feeling it. He is starting to get into that flow state, and he's halfway home to a stand-up run. Our second to last rider here in Pro Men's Skim. And we're going to see if Reed can continue that momentum going, continue flowing into pass number 2. Wow.
Yeah.
Sam, the riding, jeez.
That was 3 stand-up passes in a row.
These guys are absolutely on fire right now, and it just keeps going.
It's incredible, really. I mean, you see the third to last guy perform like that, and the other 2 guys have to go. They have to say, hey, I'm gonna do better. If I want my spot, my ticket right to the finals. So that's definitely what Reed said as he starts his second pass with that air reverse. Pumping in right now. Boom, huge air 3. These skimmers just raising that amplitude category like crazy. 3 shove to front shove combo, just linking all these tricks together. Backside 180. Going into a switch Hail Mary. So easy for Reed as he varials back to regular, and he's pumping in for something big here. Nice big air shove grab to a big spin combo. Reaver in background to regular. Reed's still got some time here. He has some bangers left in his deep bag of tricks. Unfortunately, just going down in that 7 shove, but looks like that boat's turning around, and I think he'll have some time.
Yeah, still a little bit of time left to give, and you know what? It's hard to be upset with a run like that, even with a fall. Absolutely awesome.
Killer,
dude, Luke Hutcherson just showing up and showing off out there. Golly, what a run. He's all smiles. He's speechless. He can't even
Luke
say anything.
Is definitely stoked right now.
Yeah, it's because he's breathing so hard after all that riding. Jeez Louise.
Luke, how you feeling after that run? I'm feeling pretty good. We can always clean up a couple things, but I'm really happy with how it went.
Yeah, we're pretty happy for you as well. We were freaking out here in the booth. Awesome job from Luke Hutcherson, putting it together, laying it down.
Oh, sweet.
And we got... Here, we can scoot.
We're going to add one more guest for the rest of the Pro Men's Skim, I guess. Luke's going to help us out in the booth here.
It's a party wave in the booth.
Yeah, it is. And we'll definitely need that help with our next rider, Mr. Tyler Stewart, another Tonka native. Man, I cannot wait to see Tyler ride. Every time I ride with him, even, competition, no competition, just free riding, I have no other word to use but flabbergasted, and that's what I am every time, seeing how Tyler rides and the tricks he throws. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, he wants to do well here in his home turf. But, man, let's go back to Luke. Hey, Luke, talk me through that run, dude. How are you feeling going into it? I assume that's the run you wanted to put down because it's hard to even imagine it getting better than that.
Well, thank you. There was a couple things I figured out on the fly, but overall is exactly what I had written down. Hopefully it just goes according to plan, and that one felt like it did. That last trick I threw a Canadian shove, and that wasn't in the plan, but I finished a little early, so had to give it a try.
Yeah, hey, if you're landing on the board, man, you're doing something right. Absolutely awesome stuff. Congrats on such a killer run. Doing it in the semifinals. Man, we can't wait to see what the finals have in store. But speaking of finals, we've got our final rider getting ready to take center stage. Centurion Boats team rider, originally from up here in Minnesota, wants to do it on his home turf. Your final rider here in the Pro Men's Skim. He's already been warmed up from Pro Men's Surf, from Open Foil. And now he's looking to strut his stuff as we get ready to close out day number 1 of Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Right here, right now, this is Tyler Stewart. All right, Luke. We're going to give you the reins.
All right, let's see what Tyler starts out with. All right, first trick on course, big alley-oop. Double popped alley-oop, I like to see that. Looks like he's looking really comfortable and smooth. Big popped reverse. I love to see that nose come around and get it real high in the air. He's just smooth, knocking out tricks. Switch Hail Mary right there. Oh, back 3 shove. That's a big trick. I bet he's hyped to land that one. Switch 5 big. Let's see what he's got revert. Maybe a blind Gumby. There it is. Blind Gumby. To a Sangria. He's maybe got time for one more trick. And he goes for the 5 big. There it is. And the Hail Mary.
Oh, Tyler Stewart. He's firing on all cylinders, that's for sure. Acting like he's done it before. And you know what? It's because he has. Man, an absolutely epic first pass. Sam, what do you have to say about that?
Wow, that was crazy. I don't know that I've ever seen it. It looks like he did a 5 big to Hail Mary combo there at the end. It looks like it may have been a combo trick. I'm not, a judge on the boat, so I can't say whether it definitely is or not, but that is definitely a unique combo. Something you'd probably only see out of Tyler Stewart. The kid has incredible accolades on himself, won countless competitions, and he's out here to shred and show these other kids what's up and why he's on top right now.
Absolutely. The thing that I love about Tyler's riding is he's never feeling rushed out there. He's still packing in a ton of tricks, but man, he just feels calm the entire time, linking together tricks, putting together combos, and never feeling so rushed out there. Getting that Madonna after that alley-oop 3. There's the mute shove. Dropping right back into the wave. And then front 3 into that big spin to get back to regular. Whoa. Canadian shove it. 3 shove with the body varial. And then getting back the other direction. Going switch and regular back and forth. There's the 5 shove. And then a shove to get back to his dominant stance. Tyler Stewart. What?
Wow.
Going regular Hail Mary down in the flats. That is a trick you just don't see. And down there at the end of the course, looks like Tyler going down. But man, oh man, what a show. And if that doesn't get you stoked for the finals that are going to happen tomorrow, then I don't know what will. Heat 1, Heat 2 came to play. And golly, man, there are so many talented riders that are going to be battling it out in the finals. Congrats to all the riders that have gone today. That's going to do it for day number 1 of Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes. Hey, Sam, thanks so much for joining me in the booth, helping me to call the tricks. And, man, we are going to call it a day. We do want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning, our friends at Wakewell starting the day at 7:30 a.m. with free coffee, free donuts, and Saturday morning scriptures. Positive way to start day number 2 out here at Surf Minnesota King of the Lakes, part of the World Series of Wake Surfing. I'm Mark on the mic. He's Sam Gunsalves, and we are out for day number 1. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
From open road to open water, we're inspired to push higher with confidence. We revel in our achievements and then seek out the next great thrill. Since even a century of experience is only a start, our challenge is to invent a bigger future for advanced propulsion technology. To imagine and try and test until we've built something worthy of adventure. So that together we can empower a new generation to push higher and harder. Because there's so much more to discover when the drive comes from within. And so that together we can invent a bigger future for everyone we empower. GM Marine. Keep thunder at the heart of all you do.